The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it.
I see the world through a broken lens, any white lies in every defense. But they tell me I'm born with a guilty soul, but deep down I know there's a truth they stole. They stole. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness I'll fight for the light. These pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find. But I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let their lies be my living hell. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, They try to twist the truth I find, but I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let the lies be my living hell. They wanna break me, make me feel small, but I'll rise above. I'll tear down their wall with the archetype of Western kind in my heart. I'll reclaim the love they try to tear apart. My well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. I'll keep on fighting through the pain and the night, for the well-being of our people, for what's right. Going free, I'll rise, I'll reclaim. In the ashes, we'll reignite the flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You're damn right we will. Ladies and gentlemen, featured stories today. Tim Walz, Pedo accusations revealed over the course of the day. The soy Goying of Lilly Gaddis, the spirit of the West and our people. DOJ suing Virginia. We have a third assassination attempt on Donald Trump developing, and we'll be getting to that right after our swash through the great Yizz, the unifier, in just a moment. Go free lesson of the day. Identity, immunize, go free. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. The other day, my wife, Kamala Harris, and I were driving down a country road when we ran over a possum. Knowing that mother possums often carry babies in their pouch, we decided to check out this poor animal. Sure enough, there was a baby, so we decided to rescue it. We put it in the car and continued down the road. The little baby was scared and squirming all around, so Kamala asked me what she should do with it. I thought about it for a moment and said, well, it's used to being in its mother's pouch. Perhaps if you unbutton your jeans and put it in there, it'll calm down. Kamala said, I'm not going to do that. That thing is smelly and nasty. So I said, well, why don't you hold its little nose? And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. The very first thing we're going to do is have a swash through with the great Yizz, the unifier. Here she is.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly. Going to tell us all about the great victory from last week that we had mentioned. The mic is yours.
I don't know how great it is, but you know that I have been in the Carl Benjamin Sargon of Akkad circle for about 9 years, right?
Yes, yeah.
I have been slowly but surely trying to get him and the people around him to be more racially conscious and to speak in the way that I think is constructive, the Go Free method. Starting about 5 years ago, I really picked up the Go Free method and started implementing it. Well, here's something fun. Carl, in the last 5 or 6 years, started his business, The Lotus Eaters, and he's around some people that have public profiles now. A person that I know runs a movie and media discussion channel, and Harry... here's the first link I will share. It's the Harry Robinson link. I'll put it in your YouTube chat for everyone. There we go. He actually used the word anti-white correctly. He called it anti-white ideology. Now, I have been influencing him via social media when he didn't know who I was. But starting about a year ago, I've been behind the scenes in chat lobbies before streams with him and on public streams with him twice. And I use the Go Free lexicon like always. And I use my love, not hate approach. And I always just say, you know, it'd be a lot stronger over on the Lotus Eaters if instead of saying anti-white racism or racism, you would say anti-whiteism. It cuts to the core and it deprives the people who want to harm us of the ability to use already existing language that has been around for a long time to keep obfuscating the harm that they do. And so in the last year, I've seen him say anti-white racism or anti-this or anti-British, but I've never seen him correctly use the phrase, the word anti-white like I would use it until last week or however long ago it was, maybe 8 days ago now. I don't remember. Let's see. It says on the tweet, October 3rd, 10 days ago now. So I had a message due about a week ago. That was really good. And then look at this one. Now, old Carl Benjamin, he's a diehard English liberal, and he's stuck in his ways, and he really doesn't like this racial consciousness stuff. But even he has picked up using the term anti-white, probably not just from me, but from other people too. And remember, if you directly influence people that are in someone's work group and who are their underlings, you influence the way they speak. And so that is why me and several people in my little squad, we influence the Lotus Eaters. We tell them to go free lexicon. We tell them how to speak. We say, don't say woke. That's so stupid. Like, don't say that. Don't call it woke. Call it anti-white. Like, saying woke, it only plays into what they want, which is to make everybody think that unless you're woke, you're asleep. Just easy Go Free 101 stuff, right? Yeah. Well, I'm just happy because I've been chiseling away at this community for years before there even was a Harry. And then in the last year, I've been able to influence Harry. And now the Lotus Eaters, remember, this Harry guy, he only has 26,000 followers on Twitter, but 500,000 people listen to the Lotus Eaters. Yeah. He's a primary personnel for the Lotus Eaters. Carl Benjamin, with his 500,000 or 1 million followers, how many he's still got left, I don't know, but he's the one who leads the Lotus Eaters. And I see both of them using anti-white correctly as we would use it on Twitter regularly now. And behind closed doors, when I hear Carl talk, I've even heard him say anti-white casually like we would use it behind closed doors. So I know that my years of influence have paid off, and now I've got proof of it. So I wanted to just celebrate, share those 2 links to the tweets in the chat, and say thank you for the Go Free method and letting me make a difference. So I wanted to swatch through and celebrate that with you guys.
Big, and this is exactly the way to do it, folks. We are the ones who love our people, focus on our folks, and we can tell folks, hey, this is how we do it. It works. It's a beautiful thing. And then look, people, moral people all over the place. Yizz is a great example of this working again and again and again.
And speak with love and confidence. Love and confidence.
Big salutes. Get them out for the great Yizz the Unifier. Quadruple 07s, Rogus emojis. Thank you for coming on for the swash through. Scissor, big salutes, big Promethean hails. We'll be right back, folks.
Thank you.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Oh my gosh, Yizz is amazing. She's still there in the live chat. She'll give you the links to all of her work. And of course, she's live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Make sure you're there. And on Thursday with News of Fist. Make sure you're there for all of her shows. I'm there, so you should be there having fun. Hey, what about Kamala? That's some nasty stuff, huh? That's some nasty stuff. Just hold its little nose down there with that stanky smelling thing down there. Oh my Lord. What an awesome way to begin a Go Free gathering. This is the church of white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. We are the church. We are the church of white well-being. You are the folks. Folks, we are the disciples bringing the message to our brothers and sisters of the spirit of the West, which obviously our Creator loves. He gave it to us. That's how we see and understand and interpret our Creator, our universe. It's why Christianity looks the way that it does when we practice it, and a very different way when Asian people practice it or Hispanic people practice it. It's a wonderful thing. We are the church. This is the church of white well-being, and it is Sunday, and we are here to celebrate. We are here to learn. We are here to educate. We are here to edify, and we start right off with one of our very best, Yizz the Unifier, an enormous victory, getting these abstractionists to use language that focuses and centers our people. My God, how shocking is that? Why would you even allow that to happen? The apostles are in the house, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you all. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And what time is it where you are today during this wonderful Go Free gathering? We are on the Potomac in the once great state of Virginia. As I figure out what's going wrong off to my left, your right. And we can fix everything. There we go. Nothing too difficult to fix. Great to see everybody here today. Hey, while we're together, we're going to be talking about an armed man arrested outside of Trump's Coachella rally. And sheriff says it was a third assassination attempt. We will be taking a read of that in just a moment. And our eyes are on the news to see what information is coming out. Last time, we were the first people to mention about the attempted assassination. That was Ryan Ruth, of course. And that then it ended up developing into like this whole thing. And it just initially appeared like crazy guy got near golf course with a gun in Mar-a-Lago. And so we're going to take maybe a little bit of a look. We'll take a pause. We have a couple things here to cover. But I just want to mention, if you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you could do so on various platforms. They are available to you in the description below. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab. You will see some of those options there. We have up and running Rumble Please, no more than $1 financial gifts there. They take a giant chunk. We have D-Live in cryptocurrency, Odyssey cryptocurrency, and cash dollars. Cash App as well. Be keeping my eye on that over the course of the gathering, as well as Subscribe Star up and running, and I'll keep my eyes on that as well. You can get on Subscribe Star or Gumroad. There are options for monthly financial gifting where you don't even have to think about it, and you can get onto the honors roll call, maybe even work your way up to the top of the class and be an all-star in the honors roll call. We would like that for you very much. Otherwise, this church is about interacting with the pastor, with the priest, with the Pope. I am going to pontificate, and I have legitimate things to say that aren't anti-white. So everyone out there, especially our Catholic brothers and sisters, time to dump the Pope of Catholicism and take upon you, own yours truly as your Pope and liege and emperor and leader of your spirituality, your religiosity. Here I am in the flesh, come from heaven itself. Tag me as No White Guilt as we interact here. They're like, oh my God, that's a terrible thing. Boy, he's blasphemous. Why does he make me so horny? I don't know. But here we are doing that nevertheless. Tag me as No White Guilt across the different platforms I'm on. Hello to everybody who might show up over there on the live chat on Twitter, the thread of the live stream there. Anglo-Saxon is with us for notification from YT. First notification from YT in a while. Pleased to catch a live, Jason. Well, thank you for that, for letting us know. Anglo-Saxon. Run a White Wolf, 3:21 p.m. in Wyoming, studying Russian with NWG. Well, you're going to get it like this, like this, like this. When you do it with No White Guilt, everything comes better, more beautiful, more attractive, better fed, better looking, more powerful. Great power, great power. Trump assassination. We're going to be getting to a couple of things here in the Church of White Will. But I got to tell you, the thing that the white race really misses, that the other races seem to have, and really is a core element to the peoplehood of the other groups of man, is sacrality. We have religion, but we don't have sacrality. And we can implement, we can sacralize our existence with go free, white well-being, white positivity, the dialogic, as well as the interpretation of our peoplehood, our strengths and weaknesses in Prometheus Rising. So if you don't have Prometheus Rising, now's the time to get it. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find links there for it. You can go to my store. You get a signed copy. You can go to Amazon. You get a copy there. But while you're there, you can also find over on nowhiteguilt.org the Foundation for White Wellbeing. If you would like to donate to the work that we're doing here, the Church of White Wellbeing, if you will, the White Positive ADL, if you would like to donate and you would like to do so in a tax-deductible way, you can head directly to that entity, or you can go to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find the link there. And when you do, please tag yours truly as the destination for those funds. And wherever you work, there's usually a list of these sorts of entities, especially as you approach the end of the year and people want to do something with their money to get a tax break. This is the place to do that with your money. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com. I hope to find you there. Nat Quinn is in the house. Glorious to see everybody. We start off with a big victory, and please let folks know that we are here and that we are live and that we are the only people doing anything of any value. We're going to be talking about Walz, and the accusations are being, and they're just accusations. We don't know if there is any truth to this, and I can tell you this. If this guy, and I think there are a couple others who are releasing information, like if they are lying, oh boy, I'm going to be pissed off. Oh boy. If they're lying to grow their accounts, I am going to be frothing with rage. So let's hope that they don't earn my enmity, eternal enmity. And let's hope that it doesn't happen for them. We're going to be talking about that. Walz apparently has several victims, at least 2 that have corroborating evidence of a pedophilia. That is an accusation, and there are no court cases or anything of this nature, just an accusation. A third one without corroboration, going back to his years as a high school support. What was he? He was a secondary. He wasn't a real coach. What was he? Before we get to that, we're going to be talking about the Trump assassination. And right after that, or before that, I think it is, we're going to be talking about Lilly Gaddis. What happened to Lilly Gaddis? What happened? She shows up on the stage. She gets massive popularity. She continues to grow. She talks with yours truly. And then she takes a hard soy Goying turn. And everything is going to go bad for her from here forward. And it is as sure as the rising and setting of the sun. Let's pull this up on the screen. We'll get to that, though. First, we're going to get to this. Is this it? I don't know. It doesn't appear to be the case. So let's see if we can get this to pop up instead. And apparently, okay, for the love of God, this software... This software. Here we go. Third Trump assassination attempt thwarted when armed man arrested outside Coachella rally. Let's see what this said. Third assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump was thwarted at the last minute when local cops stopped. Thank God for the local police, right? Because the Secret Service suck. When local cops stopped a man armed with guns outside his October 12 rally at Coachella. Apparently, the assassin also had a pass to get into, that was faked, to get into the rally. He had a shotgun and maybe a semi-automatic as well, maybe a handgun. The suspect, identified as Van Miller, was intercepted at a checkpoint about half a mile from the rally entrance with a phony entrance pass, according to police. He was also carrying a loaded shotgun, a handgun, as well. Miller is believed to be a member of a right-wing anti-government organization. Oh, naturally. Well, you know what? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised because Lil Nicky, his rap name, and his Fuentesians, they hate Donald Trump, and they're all going to be voting for Kamala. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of these anti-Jew, multiracial anti-Jew types. According to Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, and was plotting to kill Trump. Look at all the lights here. Miller was booked for possessing a loaded firearm in a high-capacity magazine and was released after posting $5,000 bail. Why was he allowed to post bail? He was obviously not a right-wing anti-government type. All right. We're going to be keeping an eye on this over the course of the gathering. If anything is developing on it, I will go to it immediately. And I have up on one of my monitors the news right now, the live news. But right now, I'll just quickly read. Local cops arrested an armed man outside Donald Trump's Coachella Valley rally. The Valley rally. How do you like that? On Saturday. And the local sheriff said it may have been a third assassination attempt. It pretty much looks like it. I think when you show up and you got a fake pass, a shotgun, which must have been sawed off. So it must have been some sort of sawed off, miniaturized shotgun. Scatter gun, maybe to take care of those who are close to you. And then you have the high capacity handgun, semi-auto, to take out Trump, maybe. The suspect, identified as 49-year-old Las Vegas resident, Vern Miller, was caught at a checkpoint about a quarter mile from the Valley rally with a fake VIP pass. So VIP, He was going to be getting up nice and personal, nice and close and personal with Donald Trump there, as well as unregistered weapons, including a loaded shotgun, a handgun, and a high-capacity magazine, according to the Riverside County Sheriff Office. Yeah, this was an assassination. This was a third assassination attempt. And, you know, we talked about this when we started off with crooks. And how do we get here and how can it be remedied? We actually have the answers. So if you're new here and you don't know, we have the answers. And it's time for you to take your head out of your ass and stop complaining about Jews or worshiping Jews or whatever it is that you're doing, because that's not going to make this better. And in the future, we're not going to be so lucky when it comes to the heroes that you hope for, the hero hoping, another one of First Last's creations. You're out there hero hoping. You're hoping for a Hitler. You're hoping for whatever. And they're just going to kill the guy. They're just going to kill him. You're not going to get this lucky. Miller did not have a valid ID when he was stopped at the rally checkpoint. Maybe that was the only reason that he was further investigated. What was, like, these firearms, the unregistered firearms, what were they made of? Like, why didn't he immediately set off metal detectors? Were they not made out of metal? Perhaps that's why. And was detained after police searched his vehicle and found the weapons. Okay, so the weapons were in the vehicles, what it seems like so far. Law enforcement sources told the Post. We probably stopped another assassination attempt, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco said. The FBI does not believe this was, oh, really? The FBI? The corrupt as all hell, useless, garbage, anti-white FBI? They say it's not an assassination. Well, I'm going to believe it, right? Right away. It makes perfect sense. The former president's life was never in danger. Law enforcement told the Post. Miller, a registered Republican, believed to have far-right leanings, was booked for possessing loaded firearms, high-capacity magazine, and was released to posting $5,000 bail, police records show. We're going to keep an eye on this to see if it is not just some crazy arrested outside of the Trump rally, but more evidence begins spilling out, of course, which what happened with Ruth. All of a sudden, it was like this torrent of information that started coming out about this guy. So we're going to keep an eye on it, but we're going to bail from it from right now, and we're going to continue with our news that we were supposed to be covering. Happy Columbus Day. Columbus Day. Happy White People Return to North America Day. Happy Reclaiming What Is Ours Day. Happy White People Day to all of you around the way. And happy White People Day. Westman Day. Happy White People Day. No. Don't allow the anti-whites tell you that this is an Italian. It's a white holiday. It is a white holiday. It is when we came back. We recognize as America that we came back. We came back as part of the American story. Yes, I know that we came back to the Americas before Columbus, and that we were originally in the Americas as the Iberians, the Solutrean solution, or whatever. Maybe you believe it, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. And we came back, and we came many times after we had been genocided, at least according to this narrative. So you'll have to look into it for yourself. Genocided from North America by Asians who murdered us and then took our women as sex slaves and turned them into the American Indian peoples that populated the Americas. So that's what you had. If that is true, I don't know. But happy White People coming up very soon here on Monday, White People Day, reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Happy Columbus Day to all of you. If you did not watch over the course of this past week the Roll In Go Free, then you are missing out. And it's one of the best. It's performing better than many Wednesday roll-ins for a very long time. And what you can see, 2,000 plus views is you add to that the views on Twitter and elsewhere, and it is really doing well. I break down. First, I give an introduction, and we have this time stamped. I give some important introductory remarks about the Jew haters out there, the shadow Jews, which are not Jewish people at all. It's the people who hate Jews because Jews exist. The soy goys, and which the great Slaughtz came up with, the soy goys. And we talk about them and the kind of arguments they made, and I demonstrate that I know all of it. I know all of it. And then I demonstrate just from right off the cuff how far back. And I didn't even begin to actually, afterward, I was thinking, oh my God, I could have named like literally 50 more people. I could have named 50 more people pre-Fuentes, pre-Lil Nicky, and that were out there hating on the Jews and made white well-being into this Jewish hatred, made service to white people. Well, what they really do is they usurp, and that's what we have to change. That would be the biggest victory that we could have, ladies and gentlemen, is to kick out the usurpers, to kick out these people who show up and say, oh, you're going to care about white people? Well, it's got to be all about Jews all the time, talking about Jews. And kicking them out would be the greatest thing we could do for white well-being and white people in the recapture of our destiny. And so I go back like 20, 30 different names of people just from the cuff, from memory, in the introductory remarks. And then I go through the first two the first two topics of Dean Withers and Lil Nicky. And despite what the Fuentesians, the branch Fuentesians, say all over Twitter, all over everywhere, that Lil Nicky crushed Dean Withers. In fact, we saw the opposite. Dean Withers crushed Lil Nicky. And people are saying, well, Dean Withers had friends helping him out, and they were showing stuff on the screen. That doesn't improve Lil Nicky's shitty arguments. That doesn't improve his absolute abject failure to address what Dean Withers was saying. It doesn't matter how many people Dean Withers had helping him or whatever. Check it out. It's doing really, really well. Especially check out the introductory remarks. We have it time-stamped. I want to see those numbers go up from the people in this community having a look at me breaking it all down. I've got to talk about this very first thing very briefly. The spirit of the West. Where do we see outside of this community, which is shunted and silenced and has our throats slit, not only by the anti-whites, barely by the anti-whites compared to the white sympathetic sphere? Where else do you see the spirit of the West? Again, though, without saying its name, without recognizing itself. And it's not going to survive if it doesn't say its name and doesn't recognize itself. Well, we see it in the works of Musk. Viral video is a first. SpaceX catches mega rocket booster after test flight. White people. Yes, I know there are some smart Jews and Indians and Asians mixed in, and God bless them. Thank you so much for your support and your contributions. We recognize that. At the same time, we're not going to disavow ourselves. We're not going to be demure. We're not going to, in the old like English tradition, not be too proud, not be too loud. No, it's us. We do this shit. We do it. We are the ones who dominate the unknown, master that which seeks to master us, explores the emptiness. We are the people. It's the drive in us that does this. It's the spirit of the West that drives us to do these things. We are going to be louder and prouder than any Jew could ever be. You think if that galls you, if you're like, that doesn't fit with my nature to really speak up very proudly and loudly and to be boisterous like that, well, then shut up and get in the back and do where you could be demure and you could be soft and you could be diffident. Get in the back. You have no idea how many times since I've been online where I have people showing up, especially from these particular hues of Western civilization, where they think it's kind of ugly, it's kind of unseemly to be loud and proud and to shout your name to the, it's kind of, and they show up and they just criticize the ever-living shit. Meanwhile, it's the loud and proud from other groups that are winning, that are dominating. And so, yeah, this is us. This is the spirit of the West. This shit. Suck on this, rest of the world. Suck it.
Landing burn has been ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in the air. Micadilla has popped the booster. This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt, we have successfully caught the super heavy booster back at the launch tower. What is
Are you kidding me?
That is something that white guys, you saw that audience, didn't you? You saw all the engineers, you saw that, right? What is that, 90+% white doing these things? Yes, it's us. It's the spirit of the West. It's what white people have always done. Other countries, they only come along Johnny-come-latelys because we have had our technology stolen and given away to these different groups all around the world. And now they're like, now China's like, now I can put a satellite in space. Now I can send a satellite to the moon. India's like, oh, we finally got a satellite in space. You know, if India could do this shit, if China could do this, if all of these other countries, if all these other places, if Israel could do this, they'd have done it on their own. But they don't do it on their own. It's the spirit of the West that drives this. How fucking epic is that? And that's not all there is. That's not, perhaps some of you have seen Me Robot. I know people are out there, they're like, oh boy, this is scary, Me Robot and all this. We're not discussing that right now. We're just discussing how awesome the white race is. If you don't like it, how about get the fuck out of our countries?
You have your flock of cars, and you're the shepherd, and you take care of your flock of cars. I think that'd be pretty cool.
You have a flock of cars when you're Musk, but this is all.
And we set it up. We set it up to feel like a ride, like a park ride. Now, can you imagine going down the streets and you see this coming towards you? That'd be sick.
No steering wheel, no pedals. It's a robot.
So this can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for, so you can have your own personal R2-D2 C3PO. And I think at scale, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000-$30,000. Probably less than a car, is my prediction long term. Now, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for.
All right. The Optimus robot is giving a peace sign while this guy's having its photo. He's getting a selfie with it. Hey, you're welcome, world. Hey, you're fucking welcome, world. White people did this. White people did this. And there's a lot more. And when people stop worshiping folks like Lil Nicky, when people decide that they're going to take up the socio-spiritual, socio-political masterpiece that is the Go Free dialogic, everything will change. Could you imagine the spirit of the West unleashed, off the hook, with this empowering it? Could you imagine it? We would be already circling Saturn with human beings who would be co-piloted by robots like this Optimus. I mean, we can make the future now. We can launch the rocket. We can catch the rockets, the rocket ships when they come back down. We can do it all. We have to embrace the concepts that put us in our own story. And when we embrace the concepts we use those concepts, we put us in our own story, we can put an end to the parasitism that plagues us. We can put an end to all of the excuses that fleece us to fund and pay and to take all of our time, our talent, our ingenuity, our courage, our money, that all of our attention. We can take all of that shit, flush it down the toilet, finally, from the position of morality, do that, and then turn our sights to our illnesses, our genetic flaws, the strengthening of our genetics, to robots that can help us, to finally the flying cars that the white race promised the white race 70 years ago. Finally, to traveling the cosmos, unlocking the questions of the mysteries, the riddles that the Creator himself has lain in the fabric of the cosmos. Exactly what he wants us doing, because that's the drive that is inside of each and every one of us. That urge to unlock those riddles that have been set for us by our Maker. The only way we're going to put an end to this is to assume the moral position in the dialogue, and we do that with the Go Free dialogic. Then we can unlock the true powers of the West. Sitting around like impudent little inbred curs complaining about another group of people doing well because they work together, or complaining about another group of people because their predisposition to rape and murder and whatever is higher than ours, has never accomplished jack shit. Never. This is what we want to be doing. We want to be epic. We want to be monumental. We want to be glorious. We want to do what's never been done. That kind of thing whets our appetite for an endless hunger. That is what we need to be striving toward, not the endless complaints that couldn't come from a worse place in our character, that couldn't be more deleterious to our self-improvement and the improvement or even just the creation of our peoplehood. My God, let's rock this bitch. Let's take this back. I'm going to talk about the University of Kansas and a white anti-white pig. University of Kansas instructor said men should be lined up and shot for not being anti-white. Men should be lined up and shot for not being anti-white enough. That's what we heard. Not only should he lose his job, but he should be arrested for promulgating an ideology, anti-whiteism, that leads to outcomes like murder, like rape, like gang rape, that leads to outcomes like maiming at the local bar or even the local grocery store, that leads to the seemingly infinite myriad ways that we can be victimized individually and as a people. Victimized individually because we belong to the people that are being victimized. Let me put this up on the screen. Nobody else can explain it like we explain it.
in our society that will refuse to, going to be some males in our society that will refuse to vote for a potential female president.
Now, I want you to think about that. Did you hear how he said males? Where's this coming from? See, this is the kind of thing that I did so many years ago. I thought about that is so fundamentally different from everything else that we see from all other content creators, organization leaders. They look at something like this, and all of you now think about this in the exact same way. And a great many of you had blind sight and were thinking about this in a similar way. And that's how you came to white well-being. They look at this and they say, well, here's a crazy wokey. Here's another crazy wokey. It's just some one-off, and those people exist out there. They're not asking. He's speaking to a room full of people representing a faculty and university. What does he know? What is the unspoken premise of, for example, just what he just said? That it is moral. It is moral to be anti-white male. Now, he said males. There are going to be some males, but he would never say this about Jewish males. He would never say this about black males. So we can logically complete the sentence. We can logically explain what he is referencing. So he says, he's saying males, white males, immoral. Their very existence. He can say this because the moral tapestry of the country, indeed of the totality of the West, is anti-whiteism. So this is why things always work to the benefit of anti-whites, whether they're professor, whether they're dean, whether they're president, whether they are moron at the local high school. It always works to their benefit, just like gravity always pulls in a specific direction. So what does that mean? What was the code that we cracked? It doesn't matter if you just slander him, or you think you come up with a clever abstractionist argument, or you come up with a way to, I don't know, poison the well for a debate you would have, or you come up, none of that matters, because in the final analysis, the current is heading in his favor. So if you don't address the current, you cannot win the debate. You cannot win the conclusion, the recapture of our destiny. You are trapped.
Because they don't think females are smart enough to be president. We could line all those guys up and shoot them.
We could line them all up and shoot them. So that's not even like a try them and shoot that. That's just execute them, because why? They're not anti-white enough. Not because, well, they wouldn't support a female for president. Not that specific. You'd have to be a fool to follow him into the corner that he would like to place you so he can defeat you.
Clearly don't understand the way the world works.
You clearly don't understand the way the world works if you think that females aren't smart enough to be president. What is even smart enough? And that's where the conservatives, the cucks, would come in, and they would say, well, women are so smart and we want more women. You know, it's as that tweet I posted a couple of months back, where I said, you know, the Democrats are for all the non-white races and females. So they're anti-white and specifically anti-white male. Republicans, after the Republican convention, exact same thing you saw. They're for everyone but white males. They will celebrate everybody. They will put them in your face 24/7. They will tell you, the Democrats will say that they're for identity politics and that is a good thing because then X, Y, or Z. The Republicans will say we are against identity politics And then they will advance identity politics the exact same way the Democrats do, excluding the white male. So a senator got involved because this was so outrageous. It was so outrageous to call on your class to murder white males if they did not want Kamala Harris to be president. If they weren't, and more specifically, to be accurate, if they weren't anti-white enough. Called on the school to immediately fire the completely deranged professor. University of Kansas, totally legitimate, university, mainstream. And that's where, so what else does this tell you? If the University of Kansas, you have a professor that gets caught on tape saying, murder, put them up against a wall and murder anybody who is not anti-white enough, specifically white males who aren't anti-white enough. That means that there are other professors saying that. That means that there is a consensus. That means that there is a social morality that is anti-whiteism. And indeed, that is the case. So they announced their investigation and released a statement. The instructor offers his sincerest apologies and deeply regrets the situation. In other words, this was too egregious. Calling for the murder of white males who aren't anti-white enough and being caught on video doing that was too egregious. And his job was under scrutiny and threat of losing it. Now, mind you, it's not going to be like losing your job when you're found out to be not anti-white enough. When you're found out to not be anti-white enough, then it becomes nearly impossible to get hired in your industry. So losing your job is the end of your career. And I've witnessed this seemingly countless times over the decades. This guy will be immediately rehired by another university. Immediately rehired. An instructor at the University of Kansas who made headlines this week for telling students that men who don't want to vote for a woman should be executed is no longer employed at the school. This is the easy, you know what I would be interested in finding out. Do you remember with Claudine Gay? They gave her a sinecure. So they were like, well, you could just teach a class here or there. We're not going to take away your six-figure salary. You could just really kind of hang out from now on. You're anti-white, but you allowed these anti-Jew protests a little too long, so we're going to pull you down from the president's seat, really just give you a sinecure. You can teach like once a month, and you'll still get your salary. So how much you want to bet? I would not be surprised if we find out that this guy's promoted by some entity that University of Kansas owns or controls. Just keep an eye out. Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor said in a statement Friday that Philip, no way. Okay, so this anti-white guy, his surname is Lowcock. The jokes are writing themselves. Really? So the anti-white white guy's name is Little Dick? That's really his surname? Left the university without saying, whether the move was voluntary or forced. Oh, yes. Lowcock. Very closely related also to the surname Midget Dick. Midget Dick, which was changed by many who came to the country from the Low Country in the UK. Midget Dick, they changed it to Lowcock. We are working to... Look at him. This is Little Dick. Oh my God. No shit. Look at this white loser. Look at this white loser, anti-white bitch. I guarantee you he's got a little dick. He's in there teaching his class with his apron belly sticking out over his pants, shirt untucked, sneakers on. You know he can't find his low cock. You know how long he looks? He can't find his low cock. He just sits like a woman on the toilet. We're working to identify a new we're working to identify if we can find his penis. A new instructor to assume responsibilities for his classes, and we are working with the students impacted by this change. You're at a university. You should know better than overuse of the word impact. The instructor has apologized to me and other university leaders. You know, what did you apologize for? Not for encouraging the murder of white males who aren't anti-white enough, just that somebody caught you, recorded you doing this, and that it went public. And now everybody's looking at the university and they're like, what are you all hiring and teaching over there? Low cock? Come on, how many of you midget-sticked losers out there are busy? I mean, maybe Walz will have to go over there. I think some of his accusers have some comments, some very descriptive comments about his midget stick. And yet again, another isn't this kind of peculiar? Maybe it's the case with all white males who are anti-white that they are, you know, on the low cock side of things. Maybe that's like the big secret for the white males who are anti-white. Maybe that's why. Man, they're so envious. They're so envious. They walked. It was after football practice, and I was in the showers, and they were coming from whatever badminton thing that they were doing, and they walked by the showers, and they're like, "Holy shit! I hate the white race. I don't identify with it. I wasn't equipped like that." Maybe we can just refer to them all now, white, anti-white males, as low-cockers. Lowcock, who taught in the Big 12 University Hill, nothing big about Lowcock except his belly. Hill Sport and Exercise Science. I can't even be blamed for this. All of the innuendo. He did this. That's his actual name. His ancestor, his first ancestor that came from the Low Country in the UK to the United States. Barely Lowcock was his name. Actually, it was Barely Small Dick, and so he changed it to Lowcock. That's what they all did when they got here. Served as a KU basketball team's primary academic advisor and had been recorded saying it frustrates him that there are going to be some males in our society that will refuse to vote for a potential female. And you know the males he's talking about, because they didn't think females are smart enough. Okay, so this is a simpering, another thing these Lowcocks do is that their strategy to get sex from a woman is to ingratiate with just like this simpering nature. To him, please, I'll just serve you. I will do whatever you want. I will go and physically assault the guy who is not being submissive to you. And then maybe one of these days you'll sit on my low cock. And she's like, not a chance. They clearly don't understand the way the world works. All right. So there he is. There he is. Philip Midget Dick. Professor Philip Midget Dick and his firing. Renal White Wolf, this guy must be one of those spiteful misfits you talk about in Go Free, who is anti-white because he resents masculine men. It's exactly what it is. It is exactly what it is, this guy right here. And you can be, we've talked about this before, not every masculine man of the West is yet or may ever be in the body of a masculine man of the West because of various things, not the least of which is the trauma that anti-whiteism inflicted on them as a youth that led them white flighting in directions that ruined their health, that ruined their body. And now, I mean, trapped literally in a jail cell, a man of the West inside this cell of their making that is a consequence of anti-whiteism. But you also have the poor genetic choices of women and who they reproduce with. You have the poor genetic outcomes of the consequence of so many of our masculine, courageous men being killed off fighting each other in wars, never again another brothers' war. And you have the genetic damage done by the food and the medicines and the vaccines. If vaccines cause damage, you can figure it out for yourself. But yes, these people, they look out. This guy definitely in his life, he is a great example of a white person who looked out at the world, determined that he was not an inheritor of the beauty, of the genitals, of the health, of the physique, on and on. And so he decides that he's going to be anti-white. He looks at himself in the mirror, and let me tell you, he like bends all the way over as far as he can. And he says, there's no way that I am an inheritor of the glorious, like King Leonidas. So many of our glorious heroes from the past, there's no way, he says. So he's at war. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kate says I'm funny. He is at war with the white race as a you're looking at it. Okay, and thank you, actually, Renal White Wolf, for mentioning that, because he's a case example, a perfect case example of a white anti-white. And then you get to witness his admonition. If you're a white male and you're not anti-white enough, well, then I'm going to come and kill you for females. What a fucking loser. He needs to metaphorically have his ass whooped. And this is another thing with the beards. Guys, having a beard doesn't make you masculine. Having a goatee doesn't stop imitating Arabs. What the fuck is wrong with you? White race. What is going on? The reason this guy, I can tell you, so many guys grow beards or goatees like this with the mustache because they have weak jaw lines and chin. So ladies, if you're out there and you're looking for sons, you're looking to have sons that are going to have a strong jawline, well, then you'll need him to shave. You know, it's funny, William Gailey Simpson, we mentioned him the other day. He had an admonition that so many in the white sympathetic sphere remember the admonition, but they don't remember where it came from. It came from Simpson because they never finished his 1,200 page book like I did. And he said, take her out to the beach for the day. Take her to the pool. Do it regularly when you all are first dating, and you'll see her body. You'll see the makeup wash off, that she's hiding, whatever. You'll see what you're actually getting, what will bequeath to your children. So I will add to William Gailey Simpson, ladies, make him shave. Make him shave his face. If he's got some big ass beard, make him shave it off. He could grow it again. Make him shave it off. See what kind of a jaw he has. You take a look at these Indians from India. I grew up with them. The Arabs from the Middle East, I grew up with them. when we weren't old enough to grow whiskers, I saw their chins tucked up underneath of their head, and they're missing, not every single one, of course, but a lot of them. And then as soon as we got old enough to start growing a beard, which for them was like 9 years old, they immediately began growing a beard to cover that shit up. Open your eyes. It's like all these weak-chinned and weak-jawed guys, they suddenly got a hard-on for this grow a beard, then you're a man business. All right. You're just another low cock, okay? All right? You're just another low cock, which, by the way, I think low cock is a name of one of Lil Nicky's ancestors. Just by the by. I want to point out, how do we get to connected to this item here, how do we get to a point where you have low cocks in charge? How do you get to a point where you have anti-white low cocks at university? I mean, like if I were at this university, I mean, and not taking my advice that I would give now, like if I were there now, if I were there now at this university, I've got my degree, I don't need to get another one, and this guy were to say this, I would say, you anti-white piece of shit, right in class. I would immediately challenge him. But how do we get a classroom full of these adults, college students, and they're just like, they're not going to do it. They're not going to say anything. How do we get there? Well, and also, what's the consequence of the anti-white education? Through the anti-white education system. Where are we today? Do you care at all about white children? Or do you want to just complain about Jews? This is where we are today at elementary school. Absolutely no mention of God in school. I'm going to tell you what, if I were emperor, God would return with vengeance to schools. There would be no place that you would be allowed to not talk about our God. End of story. Not the Muslim God, not the Jewish God, our God, our creator. Look at this revolting, demonic, anti-white bullshit. Happy Friday. That's the flag of anti-whiteism. Everyone represented there but white male, but heterosexual white males who build the rockets that get caught when they land by the tower. The shit! This kind of thing. This is, if you are healthy, is all the fire and reason you need to supply you the energy to the end of your life in service to white well-being. This is all you need. This is what they're doing to our babies. This is not a selfish complaint like all of the soy goys who are saying to themselves, well, either Jews have made their lives difficult or they anticipate that they will make their lives difficult. And so they're just going to hate on Jews. This is our people. This is what's being done. I don't know any of them. I don't know any of the white kids there. I don't have to. If you're healthy, you know. You know, it was like back in the day when they brought out those X shirts, And the blacks were like, if you know, you know. You're like, what's all the meaning and the definition? They didn't have anything. So they just said, if you know, you know. But what they were kind of alluding to that we're able to articulate because we have that prowess is an identity and a willingness to fight vigorously for it. A peoplehood, a individual well-being by way of your group's well-being. Look at this. Look at this. This is not about protecting individuals who have an attraction for this or an attraction for the same sex or an attraction to both sexes or whatever it is, or fucking fire hydrant. This is about white erasing our norms, our mores, our ideals. That's what it's all about. And that's the outcome in every single case. I can't. So there you have it. There you have that. What's happening? You go to elementary school. This is what you're getting at elementary school. You go to university. That's what you're getting at university. Well, what are you getting from the anti-whites in your working world? Well, let's hear right now. Behaviors are going to have to change, close quote. BlackRock CEO, anti-white Fink, admits to forcing anti-whiteism on companies.
You now make a point of that's an investment criteria for you.
You really think you're going to defeat this with abstractionizing, with some sort of conservative approach to that makes the ladies in the sewing circle feel terribly comfy, or having a bunch of 100 IQ or 110 IQ Indians coming from India to be your managerial and business owning class? You really think that's going to make this better? You really think complaining about Jews is going to make this better? You know what's the problem with Fink here is that he's anti-white. That's the problem with Fink. I wouldn't give a shit about Fink if he was white positive. If he was white positive, I would like him. If he was neutral, it would be nothing. I would be indifferent. Listen to this anti-white pig talk.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
So let's have the conversation. In every single business, so we are not going to be able to remove BlackRock, right? We're not going to be able to remove Larry Fink. We're not going to be able to. But where can we engage? Well, we can engage in our lives, right? You're going to be in Econ 101. You're going to have business majors. You're going to be at your high school. You're going to be at your junior high. You're going to be out in the world at your work. You're going to be around your friends, and you can have conversations about BlackRock and Larry Fink. And if you start to talk about how, well, Larry Fink was born Jewish, so ergo, he should be victimized, everyone is going to look at you like you're scum, because you are. Everyone is going to look at you that way. And you're also insane because you're not removing anyone. You're not going to do any of that. You're going to complain your whole life because as a selfish individualist, you think that he or the outcomes have harmed you in some way or might harm you in some way. So fuck you, selfish individualists out there. But if you go into these environments, Econ 101, if you go into your work and you talk about how anti-white BlackRock is, how they are forcing people to be anti-white with their money, you'll get traction. You won't immediately be fired. You'll have family members who will listen to what you have to say, as is empirically demonstrated for decades with the Go Free dialogic. Listen to this anti-white pig.
54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year. And what we're doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted, okay?
There you have it. What did we hear at IBM from the Indian anti-white? Indian. What do we hear from him? The exact same verbiage that as the CEO, Krishna, Arvind Krishna, Hindu from India. Hindu from India. That's how he talks. I'm doing an impersonation of him. What did we hear from him? You cannot hire white males. You get bonuses for hiring everybody else. But beyond that, just like Fink just said, for BlackRock's investment, that he penalizes you for hiring white males. If worse comes to worse and you end up having to hire as a recruiter a white male, you are economically punished. They take money out of your pay. We watched the video. Go check it out for yourself of Krishna himself saying it. It's not a group of people. If you want to say it's anti-whiteism is a group of people, it's the white race. Because that's where the responsibility and the onus is for correcting this. That's where anti-whiteism grows from. That's selfish individualism. You know, these people ask, like you'll have these soy goys show up and they're like, oh yeah, well, where does it come from? And I look at them and I'm like, it comes from you, you absolute tard, you vegetable. You are where it comes from. That demonstration of that selfish individualism, that is where it comes from. That same mentality right there will demonize me for some aspect of my white ethnicity. Well, because I'm a Southerner, or because I'm a redneck, or because I'm an American, or I've heard it all. I've heard it all. You can go right now to white sympathetics who are soy goys, haunting Jewish people out there, selfish individualists, to the UK and to Europe, and you can hear them disparage white Americans right now. They're brothers. So what did I say about where it started? Where did it start? Where it is starting every moment of every day until it's remedied. I can't believe, why do I always have to, I guess I'm just going to have to forevermore break things down for you fucking retards out there. I mean tards, not handicapped people. People who are late to the game. I have to break it down for everybody. When I respond colloquially with your imbecilic language of where did it start, let me just tell you, I'm not talking about there was like a day the egg was laid. And then from there, a day the seed was planted. That's where your ignorant midwit asses are able to think. I am twice your IQ. It is every second of every day of our existence that it is being started. It doesn't have a point in history that you can point back to. That history is then and now and tomorrow forevermore. It is a recreation of the origin every moment. The anti-white soy goys out there who hate on Jews, and they're anti-white because the outcome is anti-whiteism. They are demonstrating that they are the origin of anti-whiteism. When they approach the challenges that we face today that are a consequence of anti-white ideology, and they want to say it's the Jews, or they want to say it's the Democrats, or they want to say it's the Republicans, or they want to say it's the leftists or the wokies, or whatever it is. These are the exact same people that in the exact same breath, with the exact same programming, will condemn me as an American or a Southerner or beneath them, lower than them. Condemning your mother's son on the other side of an invisible line. I take for granted what happens automatically in my head. And then we see all of these absolute idiots out there. So the anti-whiteism that Fink is able to manifest, he's able to put into edicts at BlackRock and investment strategies and penalties for holdings of BlackRock is a consequence of the anti-white moral imperative, not a consequence of Fink. You can't get rid of Fink and it gets better. You can't get rid of Fink fool and it gets better. You have to address the anti-white moral imperative. If no one in Fink's circles, if nobody they can hire, if none of the companies anymore will carry out anti-white outcomes, Fink will stop being anti-white. Because he won't be able to be. These people they're too dumb, and I don't know. Their heroes have to be taken from them, I guess. Because we're suffering their stupidity. So there you have it. This is anti-whiteism. You can give this guy the face of an optimist. Blank it out. Blank it out. All that matters is that if you want this to end, all that matters is that he's anti-white. If you want our children to stop being subjected to total white erasure of our norms and values, to being introduced to sexuality, so that the Tim Walz out there, if this is the case, can more easily goad them and talk them into sex with adults. If you want to put an end to that, then you've got to see this guy as an optimist-faced anti-white. And then we see the soy goying of Lilly Gaddis. What a fucking tragedy. Let me just take a quick look at the screen, see what you all are talking about, and then I will and see how many folks we have here, because that's going to determine how long I'm here today. Great to see all the champions that are turning up. White girl is here. So what have the Jew haters, the multiracial Jew hating movement, what have they done again? I've been telling you this as long as you've been here. As long as you've been here, I've been telling you that these multiracial anti-Jewish movement is the AIDS of the white race. We can't defend ourselves. We are the most defenseless race on the planet. We don't have a people because of the AIDS that is multiracial anti-Jew movement behavior individuals. Because they infiltrate and destroy everything. I have seen it many times. I have watched many times as clubs, as groups, big groups that you would even know if I mentioned them, start off with some particular focus, maybe on some particular aspect of the white race or our history or what have you. And then these shadow Jews infiltrate, they show up, and they usurp. And they immediately say that, well, these Jew haters, you're not talking about Jews? Well, look here, there's a successful Jew here or a successful Jew there. And they have this long list of successful Jews. You know what's interesting about the long list? It's actually a testament to the power of working as a people. You take the Jewish community and a tiny percentage of every Western country, and they have massive success. Massive success. A testament to the power of seeking individual well-being by way of your group's well-being. You know what? If you seek hard enough with tzedakah for the well-being of your people, then it's amazing when you show up at the family gathering and everybody at the family gathering is like an owner of CBS and a dean at this university and the president
of an American football team and the owner of a media empire. And it's just like everybody at the family is doing well. That doesn't make them evil. That makes the strategy they employ genius. If you seek hard enough for your individual well-being by the way of your group's well-being, why, by God, you might end up being one of those lowly people in the community who gets the six-figure job at the bottom of the six-figure job totem pole. Imagine that. So these shadow Jews, again, people who aren't Jewish, people who hate Jews, show up at organizations and they do, and I'm going to be talking about what happened to Lilly Gaddis. That has happened, and you all have seen this happen many times over the past few years. My prediction come true again and again and again and again. They show up and they say, look at this list of successful Jews. They're all evil. Why aren't you talking about them? Are you working for them? And the kind of people who think this way are the kind of people who are willing to say the most deranged traducement. Like there is no lie. There is no calumny. There is no aspersion. That is too false, too harebrained, too wild, too gross for them to say about you if you won't begin slandering Jews with them. That's the kind of people they are. This is why they don't understand, why the normal white world won't have anything to do with them. This is why they don't understand. They're like, well, of course you could just go to the family. Yeah, of course you can just go to work. They never do. But they say you could just go to work and just start telling them. White people don't want to hear it. So what they do then is when there isn't capitulation right away, they begin spreading rumors. Oh, a pedophile. Oh, thief. Oh, stole the funds of the group. Oh, whatever it is. Oh, worked in law enforcement. Brother-in-law's law enforcement. They'll say anything. And before you know it, the entire objective of the group is usurped and turned into a destruction of the white race. It never brings harm to Jewish people. Never. Except when some crazy decides that they're going to head out and harm a bunch of innocent Jewish people at like a synagogue somewhere. But as far as Jewish power and Jewish wealth, it never harms any of it. Any of it. It destroys the lives of white people. How many white people do we have to see who are taken in by these soy goys and then end up in prison? They lose their family. They lose the right to even rear their children. How many times do we have to see this? These fucking losers do this. Well, they did it to Lilly Gaddis. They did it to Lilly Gaddis. You have been present when several people, we could think of Jody Kay, who's still around. Jody Kay showed up in the UK. She returned from living in Spain or whatever it was with what I'm told was a non-white boyfriend. Maybe that's not true though. So I'm not saying it's true. But she decides she came home to her mother, England. I would call it Father England. But she came home and she saw I was being destroyed. And so the spirit of the West in her said, no. The morality sat up and said, no, you can't do that. You can't allow this. You got to fight against it. Demonstrating that she was most healthy and moral. She got to hear from us and white well-being, and she got to hear from her compatriots about hating Jews. Well, the pressure of the soy goys won her over. She lost her job, her career, family troubles. She wrote about all of it. Now there's nowhere to go. When you hit rock bottom and you're with the rest of the people in the basement, then what do? You just got to continue hanging out with them. What about Daughter of Albion, who first showed up with her content creation and was an abstractionist hardcore. She got to talk to us. She got to talk to her fellow compatriots over there. And she started coming around to white positivity and then absorbed into the pressure tactics of the soy goys, the shadow Jews, and immediately start saying all of this, and then wrapped up in their disgusting intrigues and ends up orbiting right out. Also very intelligent, Jody Kate, musically talented and etc. Daughter of Albion, very well read, could have done a sweet disposition, could have done wonderful things for white positivity around the world. Instead, she's like, nah, I'm out of here. This place is degenerate as all shit. Boom, there she goes. Lost another one. Anybody remember my co-host? Anybody remember my co-host? Who in iterations of trying to stay, of trying to put up with the endless attacks, eventually has to leave because of the soy goys, because of the Jewish hatred. Such an affront and to his instincts, to his biospirit. What about the community that he was trying to be a part of? An artistic community, you remember. And there was a tug of war for the artistic community and where it would end up siding with, what community would it go? And Jared George said, oh no, they have gone. They have gone to the Jew-hating, Nazi-worshipping side. And so I will have nothing to do with him, and he's leaving. And I had to cut ties with him. I wish Jeff best, but what ended up happening? We had a very talented musician. Anybody remember Olivia Key? Very talented musician, a singer, wonderful voice, sang beautiful songs, gave me a testimonial, which I will share. I still have it. When she came on with the White Art Collective over there on PWR, a wonderful testimonial to white well-being. But what ended up happening? Well, all of these artists went that direction, specifically aligning in particular with the NJP, which ended up falling apart exactly as I said it would. And of the leadership said by the smartest guy close to them, that not only could they not lead the white race to victory, they couldn't lead their dog to take a shit in the woods. They stole a bunch of money. And once again, another entity. Well, Olivia, wanting to have friends, artistic friends, wanting to have people to perform music with. And then targeted by the hardcore balaclava wearing anti-whites, doxxed, and now gone. How many do we have to witness? Talented people. I've said this so many times. Good people, normal people, connected people, resourced people, moneyed people show up and then driven off by these Jew-hating pieces of shit. How many times do you got to witness it? People run off, people absorbed, organizations destroyed. Folks, if there is, I'm going to say this very clearly. No foreign country wants the white race to come together. No country outside of any of our countries, including the other Western countries, because they're all dominated by anti-whites, but very specifically, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Israel, none of them want the white race to have pride. None of them want the white race to see itself and its identity as its core. None of them want white people viewing their individual well-being by way of the group well-being, because all of them know that that would wildly empower their geopolitical neighbor. And even when, friend, it's not geopolitically what you want to happen. So, who is financing the anti-Jews in America, in the UK, in Germany? Israel, China, Iran. They are the people financing them. If there's any group out there, it's those entities. They benefit from this AIDS in our midst. They benefit from pushing the AIDS in the body politic of the white race around the world, because every time white people stand up and say, enough is enough, my people are being harmed, my people are being harmed, they are inundated with the soy goys saying it's all the Jews. Stop focusing on the white race. Start focusing on the Jews. So what happens with Lilly Gaddis? What happens with Lilly Gaddis is some white female, single mother, attractive woman, and she makes a video. She's trying to get attention for herself because working a 9-to-5, which apparently she had just started doing, was objectionable. So she wanted to find another way to make money. And that was making content. She gets on a stream, baking a cake, talking about how all these guys out there claim that women are marrying for money, dating for money, and probably just a pretext to throw into the video, the conversation, probably, but maybe not. She throws in there that all the guys that she knows are broke ass. And immediately, pretty white female, blonde hair, thin build, using this word. And it's getting shared everywhere. You know what I think is also a possibility? You know, if I were Israel, I would probably want to magnify that so that we could steer her into going anti-Jew. I would probably, like, you know how interesting it is that the anti-Jews can talk about the deceptive prowess of the Israelis. They could talk about the former motto, by deception thou shalt do war. Remember that one? They could talk about that, and they can give examples like pagers blowing up and then walkie-talkies blowing up. But then it's impossible that the Israelis would ever finance anti-Jew sentiment to keep the white race from uniting. That's impossible. They would never do that. Even though it's been quarantined in the ghettos, trafficked by the losers, and destroys every healthy endeavor for generations. You can think even about the Birchers. They were undermined. The Birchers, 1 million members, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of chapters. They were undermined by the anti-Jews. It's fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating. But anyhow, she ends up using this word. Followership goes up to hundreds of thousands on several platforms. And she then begins sort of a tour. And where does she tour immediately? Well, she tours the Fuentesians, the branch Fuentesians, because there's a lot of people And there's a lot of money, which is strange, isn't it? A lot of money in anti-Jew activity. Interesting. You would think that with the skill that anti-whites are able to muster, I mean, they can find out who you are and get you fired in a minute. They can almost bankrupt. If it weren't for the billions that Musk has, Twitter would be already bankrupt. So they could bankrupt Twitter. They can find you wherever you are. You can read in history about famous American and British industrialists, German industrialists with factories on numerous continents, and they can crush them everywhere they have a factory. They find you no problem. But somehow they can't find the financiers of the anti-Jew movement. Isn't that weird? Doesn't that make you wonder? The silence about who the financiers are and the money, and it's just amazing. Nobody's ever asking that. It's kind of like the Mossad is at work. By deception, thou shalt do war. But it wouldn't have to be them. Could be CIA. It could be many others. Nobody ever asking and then finding the financiers of this shit. So she ends up heading into Branch Fuentesianville, and they attack the ever-living shit out of Lilly Gaddis. She goes on a space held by the Fuentesians, one of the Fuentesians, and several hundred people show up. And what do they say about her? This was months ago, if you all remember. She went to the conference, the Fuentesian conference. They hated on her there. They slandered her there. They ridiculed her there. Nothing directly to her face because they're too cowards. They're too cowardly. They slander the ever-living shit out of her. She goes back home. She gets on a Twitter space with a Fuentesian, several hundred people on that space, where they call her a mud shark. They call her a Jew. And why are they saying these things? They call her ugly. They call her fat. They say that her child is non-white. They say that she slept around, that she had sex with a guy that she had just met at the conference, that she was a whore, that she was they called her a skank. Do any of you remember this? I took a few notes. She ended up rage quitting that Twitter space. Why were they saying this? They said as a single mother, she is the problem. And they called her an e-whore as well, just out trying to make a buck for herself. Now, forget about what you might think about any of the allegations or those positions. Just observe the facts. She wasn't slandering the Jews yet. She hadn't become a soy goy yet. She hadn't become a shadow Jew yet. She hadn't decided that it's all caused by the Jews. It's all the fault of the Jews. And then start tweeting endlessly about the Jews. The Jews are the ultimate evil. This is how they were ostracizing her. They were, by way of this traducement, this calumny, these aspersions, they were destroying her reputation so that she would not be able to function online. She wouldn't be able to make money online. In fact, I told her privately that if she wanted to make a lot of money, she should take a little bit of the edge off. Okay, she said this word, broke ass. Okay, ride that for a little ways and then try to get hired by Big Con Inc. That's where she'll make the most money. Next best thing would be to become her own content creator. But if she does that, and she'll make her way by way of people donating or financial gifts or this sort of thing, paid for content, paywalls, then she's going to have to endure the attacks of the Fuentesians and other anti-Jews endlessly. And she said, no problem. They're all little bitches. They don't frighten me. And I said, okay, well, they'll put on a lot of pressure and they will attack your reputation. So endless aspersions, endless claims, and the claims growing in number and vulgarity about who she is and what she believes in. Every post just about that she would make, there would be another anti-Jew, another soy goy there with a claim that she's a Fed or working for the cops or she's half Jew or she's full Jew or whatever. What happened? She caved. She went back on the exact same space she had months earlier. They titled the space, "The Return of Lilly Gaddis to Discuss Her JQ Awakening." Now, I already knew that this was coming. This is not just a conversation about Lilly Gaddis. It is about Lilly Gaddis, but it's much bigger because it's the Lillys before and it's the Lillys to come. This is the AIDS of the white race. How did I know that this was about to happen or had already happened? Lilly, stop talking to me. Everyone who falls into Lil Nicky's rings of death stops talking to me. Isn't that fascinating? Not only did she stop talking to me, but my interview, where she interviewed me, was the only interview that she did not promote. She promoted every other interview. And an epic conversation about real things benefiting real lives, empirical data, receipts for all of the claims. Not a peep. The platform she's on, they tweeted once about it like they do with the other shows, but her, nothing. Now, what about her other interviews? Lots of magnification from her. In fact, yet again, another new soy goy, I don't know, what's his name, Alex or something like this. She reposted him like, I don't know, like 10 times. So stop talking with me. No more responses to me. And stop interacting with me. And no promotion of our interview on censored.tv. Zero. I knew. I told Kate. I said, she's already caved to the soy goys, specifically the Fuentesians, because the Fuentesians, they're the ones who say you can't talk to no white guilt. Isn't it interesting that it's kind of like something the Mossad would do, isn't it? It's kind of like something Israel would do, or maybe China would do, or Iran would do. It's like, okay, so there's a community out there that has a dialogic that smart people can look at and see how it works, that is actually having those victories and showing receipts for it. So we absolutely have to keep our benighted crew over here away from them. We don't want them finding out there's a way to remedy this. We want them just complaining about Jews, things they can't do anything about. Remember, I told you all right out of the CIA handbook what you do to neutralize a movement. Remember, I told you all specifically right out of their handbook, and the CIA are not the only secret agency operating with such knowledge, because it is a natural discovery of investigating, controlling the human animal. Among other things, you keep them focused on things of the past and things they can't control and speculating about things that they can never know. And then they pedal in place. Then they run in place, not doing shit. This is very infuriating because Lilly shows up. She's introduced to white positivity like others. She could center white Westman focus, or she could be Judeo-focused, Judeo-centered in hatred of Jews. And instead of being able to go with the evidence of success, the weight of the smear and the slander and the reputational assassination of the soy goys, she has to capitulate if she's going to make a living off of these imbeciles and these impossible to discover financiers of the anti-Jews. Weird, isn't it? It's weird. Just somehow can't find out who they are. You would think with anti-whiteism, and you would think that you take a university like Columbia and you have hardcore anti-whites at the education, in the administration, teaching at the institution, members of the alumni that immediately can flip, and they've got billions of dollars, and immediately they could do whatever they want. And they talk about this anti-Semitism, they call it, and yet they can't find the financiers of it. Kind of odd. So they have her on this space. And after saying that she was in the same space several months earlier, skank for having unmarried sex, wretched mother, they said, because she's working for a living and going to conferences, and being a single mother makes her a wretched mother. They said her child is non-white, and then as a consequence, she's a mud shark. Had her on the space saying, screaming like, I've only had sex with however many people, called her a whore and an e-whore, said she was a Jew, fat and ugly. She ends up rage quitting. She comes back and she says that, oh yeah, it's all the Jews, and then praises Fuentes as the leader of this. What do they say now? That she's thoughtful, that she's reasonable, that she's brave, that she's articulate. Quite an interesting change. The space, and I will play some of it for you in just a moment, was bizarre. And it could be the kind of things that run-of-the-mill soy goys came up with. But it could also be the kind of approach that, the Mossad would come up with, that Israel would come up with. Definitely cult-sounding, the Fuentesians, because it was this really bizarre mix of a struggle session when they had her on. Do you know what that is? In communist China, they had the struggle sessions. You would denounce family members in a group of other communists and say they weren't good commies, they weren't good enough. It was kind of like a westernized version of it, a simpering struggle session. It was bizarre. There was a lot of hand-holding and soft talking like NPR. They were like, literally, I'm not kidding. They were like, we don't hate because we recognize the genetic points of certain people and what they do. I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It was a very bizarre, hand-holding, cultish sounding, simpering struggle session that I've ever heard. And I'll play it for you in just a minute. It was literally breathy, like NPR speech. Total hand-holding. But all of the aspersions were gone. What's going to happen to Lilly Gaddis? What's the outcome of that? Well, she's going to suffer Ye's law. And I don't know what's in her heart. You know, Lilly might be saying to herself that, well, she doesn't agree with these soy goys, with these Jew haters, but she's not going to be able to make any money online. And she's looking out at the world and she sees people like Hawk Tuah and Call Her Daddy and the kind of money that they are making. So you got Haley Welch, and I don't know, I don't know the name of the woman who, what was the name of that woman who was the Call Her Daddy? Doesn't matter. But she sees the kind of money they make, and she'd like to get in on that naturally. She would, but more importantly, I think also a part of it is the deep attention that females crave. It is like a disease, in my opinion. I mean, you can look into it for yourself. Like a disease of females, this deep need for attention. And I think the attention, really, we call it attention, but really what it is approval. They have a deep need for approval. And if I had to speculate, it's because of the genetic need for approval. That in far more primitive times, if a female was considered at odds with the tribe, she was thrown to the wild, where she died and didn't produce any more children. So the genes of the girls, of the females who weren't approved of, weren't passed on. So genetically, this deep hunger for approval from the tribe was branded into them. Men, we could be thrown out of a tribe and we could survive. We could start a new tribe, but females, no. In my opinion, of course. Check with CNN. So there's this deep, deep need for approval, and probably ancillary, almost assuredly objectively ancillary, the desire for that money. Don't need no man, anti-white ideology. Here's, by the way, Lilly, listen up closely. You will never get a good man becoming a soy goy. You will never get a good man. At some point, you're going to want to have a good guy in your life. Maybe not now. Maybe you're thinking you're going to make big money. And so you don't need no guy. You don't need no man around. And maybe you're drunk on the approval that you're getting across the internet. Maybe you're drunk on that. And so you can't even really think about having a good man in your life. But no good white guy is going to look at a woman's social media and say, oh, it's full of a bunch of Jew hatred and bikini pictures. I want to marry that. So just realize that. So in that sense, Lilly is going to suffer Ye's law, but in who knows how many other senses that she will suffer Ye's law. Who is the bigger loser, though? The white race. The soy goys actually say in the clip I'm going to share for you exactly what they were after. They're after her followers, which, by the way, still fill up not only with losers, soy goy losers, but also normal content creators like that Gunther guy, for example, that have hundreds of thousands and even millions of followers themselves. They look out at some of her tweets and they see an attractive white female saying contradictory things to the establishment. And when they see those tweets, they then magnify her. They retweet her. They interact with her like that Gunther guy did and has, and another guy I just saw the other day. Several million followers. The Fuentesians see that. That's what they were after all along. Imagine now if Lilly had gone white positive instead. Imagine if she had gone white positive. And now Gunther, who when he sees the anti-Jew stuff is going to leave. The other guy with the million plus followers, when he sees the anti-Jew stuff, he's going to leave. These people would have been able to stay. A pretty female online, pretty white woman online saying white positive things and having all of these guys show up to want to simp up to her and would be repeating. And then when they would repeat it, all of their followers would be exposed to the white positivity. But no. Are you able to see the scales now in your brain, in your eyes? Instead of this working for the white race's benefit, and as a consequence, Lilly's personal benefit and the benefit of her son, instead of that happening, her actions are going to work to the detriment of the white race, the detriment of her personally, and definitely the detriment of her son, who will come of age with an anti-Semitic, hateful mother, and that reputation everywhere. Could have been a hero, decided to be a loser. What the fuck? All right. Let's have a listen real quick. This is the very end. It's only 5 minutes, and I will jump in.
I guess kind of just to get your thoughts on both the prior space, the awakening that has happened between then and now.
Okay, so how's the audio right there? And this is the guy that he said, well, to get your view on the prior space, when we called you a mud shark because you weren't hating Jews. And now, since you're having this scintillating awakening, really, I mean, watch the evil of these people.
And some of the things that were discussed here, and if they would.
I turned it down a little bit, Timmy. Brant says the audio sounds gay. It is. Spud says good audio. Listen to this.
Would, prospectively serve as that has happened between then and now, and some of the things that were discussed here, and if they would, prospectively serve as alternatives or maybe helpful things from the past that we could use to try and understand how to deal with the awakening that you're having.
How do we deal with the awakening that you're having? Well, we really want to talk about. If you listen to this space, it is bizarre. No, you don't even have to listen to the whole thing.
Well, I would just say I'm kind of an example of, how middle America is right now. There's been like the trailblazers in this whole.
Okay, who are the trailblazers in anti-Jew sentiment? Do I need to start over with the list? Do I need to include a bunch more that I didn't even include because I was just speaking from the cuff? I mean, we can go all the way back to William Dudley Pele and the Silver Legion. Why don't you look him up? There are so many more who have been out in the world. Henry Ford, didn't mention him, have been out in the world talking about the Jews. And so who do these people, though, like Witless Witzke, who's been taken in, too, by she's a Fuentesian. They all say the world began with Lil Nicky. Folks, if this is not... how could this not be a Mossad operation? Are you fucking kidding me? These people are hardcore brain poisoned. Listen to Lilly right now. This is the obeisance that they have to show to get into the good graces of these circles. Again, probably Mossad-run circles. And part of it includes, don't talk to the no white guilt guy anymore.
Space. I think probably Nick Fuentes was one of the first, and then
Nick Fuentes, one of the first.
example of, you know, how middle America is right now. There's been like the trailblazers in this whole space. I think probably Nick Fuentes was one of the first, and then other people started picking it up, you know.
Nick Fuentes, trailblazer on hating the Jews. And then other people started picking it up. It is a bizarre psychological anti-white op, psyop, where you have to come in and they don't even mention people who are still alive, like Mark Collett or David Duke, or they didn't. It's just like, no, it started with Lil Nicky. Talk about a successful Israeli operation or Chinese operation.
And then it became a little bit more mainstream and whatever. And so, yeah, I want to appreciate like the trailblazers, you know, the ones that talked about this kind of stuff before it was cool, before it
was cool. You can go back on Witzke's timeline and find the exact same fucking words. By the way, the Little Nicky environment, the woman who brought her in, what's the woman who brought her in? Okay, what's the woman who brought her in? She's a Jew. This Little Nicky, these Little Nicky circles are full of self-hating Jews, or at least what present as self-hating Jews. Full of non-whites of various races. But I think it's probably most shockingly that there are so many Jews. Brittany. So Brittany, thank you, is the woman who brought Lilly Gaddis in, who finally went and talked by Lilly Gaddis's words. But mark what I'm saying. It's the pressure of the endless reputational attacks by these bastards that did it. She was just having a conversation with Brittany, who happens to be a Jew, who's just saying, you know what, come on in, hate the Jews with us.
Was like acceptable to talk about, because those are the ones with you know, bravery and courage and whatever. But
your bravery and courage,
I would say, you know, your average person is coming around to this slowly but surely, because they're disillusioned, they're disenfranchised, they're over with the two-party system. I mean,
no one is coming around to Jew hatred. And there is there's no vein, there's no path to removing Jews from America or the West. Not even the remotest of paths. There's nothing possible. More white people would fight you than would be on your side without, and I'm not even talking about white people who worship Jews. The Judeo-centric white people who worship Jews. Not even talking about them. Ordinary white people.
I mean, I think we're all very disillusioned with the two-party system. The Republicans are, it's just two wings of the same bird ultimately at this point. So I do think there's hope. I think people are starting to wake up, but you know, the way things are ramping up, I think we have to be really careful in falling into maybe the trap that the elites, the Zionists, whoever are setting, because I think they want us to,
you see, she's trying to be a little careful there. And you'll hear this coming out in her voice.
Act rashly, you know, because why else are they poking the bear? I think that's what we've been seeing a lot lately, is them just trying to get people angry. They've been trying to get people riled up, but you know, we have to take our time, because middle America is not ready for that, right?
So what she's saying here, if you're not following, you didn't hear before, so might not make total sense. These people on this space, and especially as soon as she leaves, when she's on the Fuentesian holding the space, it doesn't really, he talks like this, and he's like, we're just rational people trying to come together to talk about rational things. And so he doesn't let it He doesn't let some folks talk that are a little bit more on edge about Jewish people and getting rid of them. Okay, getting rid of them. But they talk after she goes. We're not going to listen through all of that. You can listen to it. But she was already concerned and obviously concerned about potential for violence and concerned, you can hear it in her voice, about suffering from what we refer to as Yizz's law. She doesn't want to end up suffering from this endorsing Fuentes and this soy Goying, this anti-Jew sentiment. So she's trying to say, hey, the people out there that are really hardcore, they're fake. The people out there that are really hardcore and they really want to get the Jews, they're not real. We need to be very slow and careful and quiet about this. And of course, that's in keeping with her being a female as well. But I'm sure it won't be lost on you all that we don't have to be slow and quiet and conceal any of this. None of it. We can be loud and boisterous and successful as we are with this. This doesn't lead to immoral violence. You know, it could lead, if the context created it, to moral violence, but it could never lead to immoral violence. Lilly is concerned of immoral violence. What if a follower of hers decides to go shoot up a mosque or shoot up a synagogue? And then all of the attention is going to come. So she's saying, let's just take it easy. I want you to listen to this anti-Jew, this shadow Jew, this soy goy. He's not Jewish, I don't think. Although, you know what, to be honest, I don't know whether he's Jewish or not. Perhaps like so many of the other self-hating Jews in their circles, or if they're maybe they're not self-hating. Maybe they're just Mossad. I don't know. But maybe he's like one of them. But he's going to talk in a moment.
And the martyrs are going to get taken out. You know, the people at the front lines, they'll be made an example of before it's time. So I think everybody just needs to stay hopeful. Like, people are waking up, but just don't jump the gun, right? Because you don't want to fall into a trap. And I just see the way things are going right now. It seems like a big setup.
So jump the gun with regard to what? These are generalized fears that she's trying to articulate.
But yeah, I think people should be not blackpilling. It's looking good.
Blackpilling, she was saying, in other words, depressing. It's like they all lose the ability to speak English. I mean, they all imitate the dumbest people in their midst. And often it's Black content creators that they will laud and they will celebrate and they will appear with, who out of their options are the dumbest ones. And they're like, what do you call it? Okay, that's what we'll call it. I just forget all of these English words. I'll just say black pill, white pill, all of these different things. It's one thing to throw it in as a secondary. It's another thing to get rid of like 20 words out of your vocabulary or more. But let's go ahead and hear the response now. So she's sharing this generalized fear. It's depressing. Why did she say it's depressing? Because before her talking now and throughout this space, what were they all saying? Jews have ultimate supreme power. They know everything. They control everything. All of internet security runs through Israel. All of telecommunications runs through Israel. So it's this, they know all, they have all, they're all powerful, they're omniscient, they're omnipotent. And they're ubiquitous, omnipresent, to stick with the parallelism. They're omnipresent. And so she's feeling the need to say, it's not black pill. Let's not be black pilled. Let's not be depressed about it. There is some hope. This was one of the things I argued about these anti-Jews all the time. Argue with them. I argue at meetings, argue at speeches, that one of the many reasons why being an anti-Jew is detrimental is this idea that there's no hope. At the end of the day, there is no hope. I would interrupt these people in this bizarre accounting of Jewish power and knowledge and et cetera and control. And I would interrupt them and say, okay, well, what can be done against all that? And I would literally do that intentionally. And they would go, look at me like, are you insane? What are you going to try to do? There's nothing you can do. There's nothing. I cannot think of a view that would be more valuable for Israel or China to push in America, or anti-white Jews in America who wouldn't want white people to become a power block and have an identity. That would be the ultimate view you would want to communicate to them. There is no hope. The Jews, and then what they'll say is like almost like a platitude, a meaningless lip service. Oh, there's hope. There's always hope. Except you just got done talking for 45 minutes about how the Jews print everything, they broadcast everything, they control all the police forces, they control all of the legislators, they control the governors, they control. And now you say, but there's always hope at the end. Bullshit. You've just communicated positions and seemingly with data to prove that it is indeed the case. Because you look at people having success, you can't prove that the particular Jew who is a governor or the 5 Jews who work around the governor all making 6 figures are anti-white. You can prove that they're Jews, and that by working with the strategy of individual well-being by way of group well-being, that they achieve wonderful achievements, that you can prove that. But you've told me that since they're there, they control the governor, and therefore the governor is going to use the power of the state, the National Guard, the state police, the different departments of the state government to come after me and to come after us and to come after our land holdings. So yeah, it's pretty fucking depressing. And you are left with the idea that nothing can be done. So, by the way, before we listen to the last little bit of this, I'm going to read from Specimen 128, who gave a testimonial just 2 weeks ago. He wrote this: "Thank you, Jason, for getting me out of the Ant-Nat content loop." So, Ant-Nat, antique nationalists, these are Jew haters, people who hate Jews, who also have a fetish about the Nazis. He says, "I was doxxed at Charlottesville." I want you to pay close attention to this, because you're looking at Lilly Gaddis going into it. And now, with this testimonial 2 weeks ago, which is roughly the time that Lilly Gaddis went into it, stop talking to me, was not promoting our interview. So roughly at the exact same time, Lilly Gaddis is going into it, Specimen 128, and this is on YouTube, one of the comments under my videos, one of my recent videos. "I was doxxed at Charlottesville and thought my life was never going to recover. But since then, I got my master's degree and I started my first real job as a informatician. I will design an etymology app that will be used to teach school children about insects. You gave me, you, Jason, and white positivity, go free dialogic. You gave me the tool to be able to coexist with vagues at work, vagues at school every day while remaining true to my principles. Longue vie Jason. Long live Jason in French." So somebody who came out of and benefited out of this idiocy, somebody going in.
Well, and that trap, for what it's worth, I mean, I think that manifests itself in a number of different ways. And one of the big ones, oh, sorry. Somebody trying to jump in?
So you hear what this guy's doing now. She gave this generalized warning. Let's not be too loud about the Jews, right? Because if she suspects that the people who are too loud about the Jews are the ones who are going to be set up, and then everybody's going to take the blame for what they end up doing or what's done in their name. These are generalized concerns because she understands, without knowing Ye's law, that this is what happens to you. Of course, if you take on a group of human beings that a percentage of which, not all of them, but a percentage of which work for their own well-being by way of their people's well-being, which is a moral and beautiful thing to do. If you decide you're going to slander their people, they're coming after you. They don't even have to be anti-white to come after you. Does that make sense? So you can literally incite the ire of Jews who aren't anti-white, maybe Jews who have billions of dollars, maybe Jews who have millions of dollars. You can incite their wrath, even though they're not anti-white, by saying that their people is evil, that their whole people have to be deprived of everything that they own, that they have to be caps on if they're allowed to be in government or support government or vote or support or to be able to own businesses and all of this sort of thing. You can't even imagine something dumber. At least I can't. I mean, that is literally like saying we're on the literal battlefield. And I'm saying there's the enemy flag. There's our victimizer's flag. We've got to get that flag. We've got to get that flag. And here is a path that the enemy, the victimizer, doesn't even know exists. They don't know it exists. It's all shrubbery and it's rocks. And here I have camo that looks like shrubbery and rock. They won't even know that you're there. We can go right up this path and get the enemy, the victimizer flag. And then some absolute Fuentesian tarred vegetable bitch runs up and says, no, the enemy has a machine gun nest over there. In fact, they've got 5 machine gun nests. Some of those nests aren't even aimed at us. They're trained to other directions. But if we are really careful, we can make sure that those nests also machine gun us when we try to make it up the hill to the flag. Are you nuts? I mean, every single one of you fucking losers. This is the head that has to be taken off. These usurping bastards. This would be the best you could do for the white race. I'm sure of it, Jason. If we're loud, if we make enough noise, we're loud enough, we're nasty enough, we can get not only the machine gun nests that are anti-white to aim at us, but we can get their machine gun nests that aren't anti-white to shoot at us as well. And if you don't do that, you must be working with them. I mean, if there isn't a better argument for this endeavor to be run by the Mossad, I don't know what it is. For God's sake, the white race is being chomped by anti-whites. Being absolutely chomped. And here she goes.
I think one of the big ones.
Oh, so here he goes. She was expressing the generalized fear, and he comes in and he wants to bring it back to the fear of the moment, the Jews controlling everything, and that we have to be aggressive. That's what he's trying to, in an NPR way, bring it back to. Just listen.
Lilly is trying to trap us who are awakening to this reality. I think one of the big ones, Lilly, is trying to trap us who are, for what it's worth,
fall into a trap. And I just see the way things are going right now. It seems like a big setup. But yeah, I think people should be not blackpilling. It's looking good.
well, and that trap, for what it's worth, I mean, I think that manifests itself in a number of different ways. And one of the big ones, oh, sorry. Somebody trying to jump in? I think one of the big ones, Lilly, is trying to trap us who are awakening to this reality by being able to create us as straw men.
So he obviously is. He's a midwit trying to feign education, intelligence beyond his ability, and he just spoke in a vegetable-like way. But what he's trying to say is they are making us look bad. They are making us look bad. So we've just got to go with telling the truth.
And to have us be essentially caricatures of that which is kind of described as evil, let's just say loosely. And what I mean by that is I don't think it's productive.
Kind of describing us as evil. Let's just use that word loosely. Come on with your affected erudition, bitch. Just say what you want to. You're trying to make people believe that you're brighter than you are. And it's painfully obvious to everybody who's brighter than you.
To go around saying, I have a hatred towards individuals because of X, Y, or Z, based on these genetic pieces of them, etc.
Based on these genetic pieces of them, etc.
It just makes us look a little bit unhinged, hateful, those kind of things.
You are unhinged and hateful. There is no argument that's anti-Jew on the basis of these people's birth that isn't unhinged and hateful.
And I do think that that's a huge trap, and we've seen it firsthand because as the college campuses started to flare up with anti-Israeli sentiments.
And by the way, these people, they take that and they take energy elsewhere. Like they were after this, they were talking about like momentum for Rand Paul and Dennis Kucinich that is in libertarian circles and trying to co-opt it as their own, saying, at least for an argument, this is energy that is people that we are parallel to. And so this is where the great energy is. This is why when I saw that, I was like, this looks like an Israeli operation. It wasn't just that either. There were several other veins of socio-political momentum or angst or anger with the way things that are taking place and unfolding in our countries that these people artfully claim as parallel and practically the same, fellow travelers. So you see, if you come with us, this anti-Jew, soy, goy crowd, if you come with us, then you are parallel to these other movements that are kind of just like us. And we're all together kind of coming to the same ideas and the same anger. And it's all of these specious arguments. And that's exactly what they are. They're specious. They have a veneer of a patina of legitimacy. But all you have to do is just barely peek under the claim to see that it's false. But the issue is that midwits are not capable of doing that. Most midwits are not even capable of it. So I immediately thought, this is a psyop. This is a psychological operation, or at least the arguments of a psyop. And so maybe it's being initiated by anti-whites in the U.S., private entities, quasi-public, private government entities, but also maybe Israeli entities. Because if you think about it, Israel and the Israelis, they need America to have their back. Who do you think? Nobody's talking about it yet out in the everywhere else that you listen to. But since you're listening to me, I will throw you a tad bit of information that if you just lock it down and wait, you'll be hearing about it in the near future. the content creators in the near future will be complaining about America having to restockpile the Israelis for all of the weapons they used. Bullets, bombs, the most expensive, laser-guided dumb bombs, bunker-busting bombs, white phosphorus, the modern equivalent of napalm, a lot of things, bullets, guns, tanks, parts. You watch, all of it the American taxpayer will pay for and will ship over to the Israelis after they're done with their conflicts, when they think they've gone far enough. So you have a population, a white population in America, that if the white population in America started to say to itself, hey, we are a people, and hey, it doesn't benefit us to be involved in underwriting every Israeli aggression. It's one thing. I think white people in America most white people in America would be fine with thinking that Israel is an ally, and that if somebody invaded Israel, America would fight along the side of Israel. But the vast majority of white people in America don't like underwriting Israeli aggression. That's why the preachers, even in the Bible Belt, all white people out there, even in the Bible Belt, they have to keep hammering and browbeating the congregation with, these are God's people. We have to keep funding their murder and slaughter of their neighbors. We have to keep doing it. We have to keep providing them with the weaponry and the money and the food and the medicine and the information and the tech and the everything. They have to keep browbeating. They wouldn't say it if they didn't have to. So that's why it's a constant mantra. Most white people, mark my words, most white people in America would be fine with thinking about Israel like the UK. Somebody invades, we will go help. But white people are just as unhappy underwriting Israel's aggression as they would be underwriting the United Kingdom's aggression. Like, oh, the United Kingdom is bombing the living shit out of some like sub-state in Somalia. And America's like, well, we'll provide the bunker busting bombs. No, white people would say, what? No. So if you think about it, the group of people on planet Earth that need white people to not become a cohesive tribe more than anyone else is the Israelis. Maybe a very close second, or maybe they trade space every now and again between first and second, is the communist Chinese. Maybe. So if governments are willing to spend all their money, use all their resources, all their human capital, killing and dying for the other things at the top of that national list, I wonder how much effort they would put into something at the very top, like preventing the white race from becoming a coherent tribe of people. If I had to put money down, I would say, especially right now, as Israel is cleaning up its western and northern borders with a threat of just piss-ass poor weapons, missiles from Yemen, and potentially, but very unlikely, something from Iran, that they need more than any country on planet Earth, the white race, to remain selfish individualists. And talking about them and demonizing them is the best way to get there. Maybe in the next couple months, maybe next year, the communist Chinese will be more aggressive in preventing us from becoming a coherent people. But there's no doubt that it's in the interest of the Israelis to prevent us from becoming a coherent whole. And where do you see a coherent white race coming out of a multiracial, populated by self-hating Jews, at least it appears that way as well, content creators and viewers, that are composed of selfishly individualistic white people that express and articulate arguments that keep you a selfish individualist. But they want to talk they're all into the conspiracies. They're all into isn't it amazing how amazing the Israelis are that they could bomb the pagers and the walkie-talkies. But this, somehow, no. Something that is more salient and obviously needed to be done than anything else. No, they would never do that.
What did we see happen nationwide? College campuses and colleges themselves saying, hey, we're going to put in rules and regulations that basically, that will, I don't want to use the term crucify, but we'll go after people that are committing quote unquote hate speech or anti-Semitic speech.
And here you have people also, just like you heard there, hate speech, anti-Semitic speech, using the language that anti-white victimizers would want us to use. You know who else would want us to use that language to prevent us from becoming a people? Israelis.
Which was basically then loosely defined.
And I'm not saying it's the Israelis. I'm just pointing out a logical reality that they would absolutely want that.
Is anything that is Israeli interests. And my point is that they're going to use this awakening every way that they can to continue to.
So what they're talking about there, this awakening that they're talking about, like Lilly's, is awakening to the Jews are the ultimate evil, and that if they are removed, then everything is daisies and roses.
Monopolize power. And oftentimes that's going to be by using our rejection.
Wait a second.
Use the term crucify, but we'll go after people that are committing quote unquote hate speech or anti-Semitic speech, which was basically then loosely defined as anything that is Israeli interests. And my point is that they're going to use this awakening every way that they can to continue to monopolize power. And
okay, monopolize power, and you hear that a lot from the anti-Jews. They have power, and they is the Jews. Again, what you are observing is the success of having a tribe, having a people. That is not wrong or immoral. That is moral and beautiful and works.
Oftentimes that's going to be by using our.
And he just said oftentimes. For that alone, metaphorically, he should be set on fire and metaphorically and fed to wild dogs. That is the ultimate sin. That is the ultimate sin. He just said worse than everything else he has said so far and everything they're doing. He said oftentimes.
Our rejection of their nefarious behaviors and actions, and like a jujitsu person, using that momentum that we create against us. So we need to be really
like a jujitsu person.
Thoughtful in how they might do that. We need to make sure to avoid that. And
okay, we have to be really thoughtful in how they might do that. And we have to.
That's why I think making sure that we're always very peaceful.
You're always very peaceful when we're saying that all Jews are born evil and nefarious and should be removed from our societies.
How we discuss these things, very professional, very polished. And
it's always professional and polished when you say that people on the basis of their birth are evil and should be removed from society. They should be divested of all of their wealth and the businesses that they own. It's always very peaceful, professional, and polished when you say these sorts of things.
Very informed is one of the most important pieces of this whole thing. But Lilly, you going out there and sharing these messages in the way that you do to the tens, hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions of people that listen to your message, just know that
that's what they were after. That is what they were after.
You're an additional conduit, right? You're an additional path that people hear some of the things that you say, they maybe start looking into them, and then they find themselves in perhaps a space like the one that we're holding right now. And for that, I just can't thank you enough.
So then they'll be in a space like ours where we're all talking about how all Jews are born evil.
For kind of being an advocate for our cause in the way that you are. And, Lucas Gage said, if everybody just does that which is within their power, right? Everybody's got a different platform. They've got a different approach. They've got a different voice and different skill sets. And if we all just do our piece of the puzzle, it's going to make a massive difference.
No, that's absolutely
No, it's not.
the case. And everybody.
The difference it'll make is it will undermine genuine white well-being. That's the difference that it makes.
You know, everybody's doing their little part, and I think it's positive. But yeah, thank you so much for hosting this. I really appreciate you bringing me on.
Everybody's doing their little part, and she thinks it's positive. What do you all think? I'll take a quick look at what you all are talking about there. And then I think, let's see, what do we have here? Oh, here we go. No wonder that wasn't working. I'll just take a quick look. Look at the Twitter space. We also had the Justice Department suing Virginia and Tim Walz. And I'll just maybe read a moment of that. Essentially, the Department of Justice is, I'm gonna probably cut the news short a little bit because there are just too few people here. So the Department of Justice of the United States is suing the state of Virginia for removing illegal aliens from the voter rolls. So tells you everything you need to know about the Department of Justice and the anti-whites that run it. How dare you remove the illegal aliens from the voter rolls? The Department of Justice claims that there's no such thing, except if there was no such thing, then there wouldn't be standing. And so they know who they want to get back on the voter rolls. Tim Walz, we'll look at, I don't think I'll bother to put it on the screen. I'll just read really quickly what's being said. And maybe if you all share, we can get a few more people in here and have a little bit more of a conversation. But let me see if you all tagged me. B says, running with no white guilt. I also encourage those who don't exercise to do so because people are swayed by beauty and it will help share our message. Let's go free. Yeah, and great point. Thank you for that. I talk about, I think it's in this edition of Go Free as well. Talked about a lot using yourself and the life you live. You are the message. And so you don't have to be in perfect shape. But yes, if you are, what's most important is your direction. If you are eating better and you talk about eating better and you're working out, you talk about working out and learning how to do whatever it is, different things to improve yourself. And then in that context, you talk about white well-being. White well-being is received in a completely different light. It's received as this person is a winner. If instead you are a complainer, you're a bitcher, you're always talking about you got a cold, you had a cold, and then you had a hangnail, and then you had it's always something negative that you're talking about, that you're seen as a problem person. And so when you bring up Go Free, you're bringing it into this halo effect of all negativity. And you don't want that. You want to be seen as a winner. And you don't have to have a bunch of tours de force to be a winner. You just have to directionally be in the, I'm getting better, I'm being better, I'm more in charge of myself and my life and more in control. That's what I want. I like to learn about these things. In that halo effect, Go Free is immensely more powerful. So thank you for that. Jay Bishop is with us. Ed Poe is here. Blue Radley is here. Brent Danger is in the house. Thank you to Timmy for letting me know it was too loud at first. Cindy Ben is here. I'll just look if we got any tags. Tim Walz. What's going on with balls? Drained balls Walz. What's going on with him? There are several accounts on Twitter that have received, and specifically one account, I am wary. And you should be too. Especially accounts that climb to so many followers rapidly. Whatever that is, if it's a lot of followers. So I'm not saying what this content creator, this guy or whatever he is false because of this, but it does make the suspicious antenna go up, and it should for you as well. We're not gullible here. We're not like the gullible white boobies of the world. We are the antithesis of that. So what you have here is a post yesterday, I think it was, where a Twitter content creator who today is posting more and more information of what he says is the evidence of pedophilia that Tim Walz engaged in with high school students. And this supposedly is a comment by one of his victims. Okay, Tim, I guess now would be a good time to drop my October surprise. Or no, I guess maybe this is the content creator talking about the victim. You remember him, right? The real reason you walked away from teaching, the kid who spent the night at your home, the one you went to the gay bar with, the reason the school board had a meeting about you. What do you think, Tim? Should I drop that now? Or should I wait another week or so? You know, the student you were having sex with, the male student you were having sex with. They didn't call you Touchdown Timmy because you were the football coach. Oh, wait, you lied about that also. You were just the assistant coach. What do you think, Tim? You remember the Indigo Girls concert, right? The gay bar, spending the night, and of course the school board meeting? Think it is time, Tim? Touchdown Timmy? You were touchy, all right. So that was yesterday, and the content creator then promised that over the course of the day, he would be releasing these communications and evidence, beginning with the first communications and working all the way through. And I'll read some of that information. So at some point by tomorrow, all of the information is supposed to be revealed, all of the evidence about the pedophilia of Tim Walz, which I might not even affect the Democrat vote, quite honestly. So today is the day. I want to explain how I am going about this. It is completely impossible to get everything into one post. There will be multiple posts going on into tomorrow. They're definitely coming out today. But I want to explain about some misinformation going on around. There are three accusers. Two accusers have given testimony information that has been backed up. One of the accusers has no possible way of corroborating the accusations. I will not be printing anything about the accuser who could not corroborate his information. Some of the emails I will be printing will be of the accuser are graphic, and we'll see redacted things about Walz's family secrets regarding his kids, although I do not give a shit about the daughter who was giving rioters information about locations of the National Guard. There were breaking stories regarding my cooperation with law enforcement. This is partly true, but not to the extent that I saw people printing. So he goes on piece by piece explaining this all the way down to the bottom. Anyway, I will no longer be feeding the trolls. They can cope and seethe. Most of them have birth certificates that are apologies from, oh God, whatever. He's just insulting the trolls. The drops are coming this afternoon and tomorrow. So then he follows up here with a post that really doesn't have much to it. But the one after that he shares the email from one of the accusers. And it says this: now that Tim Walz has been picked as the VP, I think it's important we speak. Your work with child trafficked children is the reason I am reaching out to you. I have seen how you have told the stories of others. I am willing to to tell you my story with Tim Walz. I became close with him and his wife, Gwen. This man is one of the biggest liars you will ever meet. He manipulated me. He did unspeakable things with me. I can give you details that nobody else can know. I know you will keep my privacy, Will you hear me out? And so these, as I said, are the communications between this content creator and 3 victims, 2 of whom have corroborated information. Some of the claims, I think of the 2 maybe, about Walz's body and things that Walz could reveal if they were true or not very easily. I assume that means maybe birthmark, like maybe on a hip or something like this, that he could very easily show, I don't have this or I do have that, whatever, and reveal that, no, this person is just lying. But these are the claims that are coming out. And quite honestly, when you look at Tim Walz, what do you see? And how many times have you seen people like this in over the course of your lives? How many of you had parents who warned you when you were children because they had seen it about certain men? And now we have to realize that that was a bit prejudicial, wasn't it? Because with all of the information coming out about women raping children, female pedophiles, we have to take a new look at who we consider potentially dangerous. But does Tim Walz not look exactly like you were reared to identify, or one of the iterations of like you were taught as a child or learned, imbibed to identify as the kind of guy who maybe you had to keep an eye on because maybe he was going to say, hey, let's take a shower together. What could go wrong with that? As more comes out, if it comes out during the stream, we'll share it. But otherwise, I'll be right back.
Laying down, I close my eyes. Dreams arise where safety lies. Night's embrace, I feel the care. Westman's strength is always there. Gratitude flows deep within. For the peace they let me in. Guarding strong, they bore the pain. So I rest in their domain. No white guilt, just warmth I feel. In their light my fears they heal. Tender hearts I softly sing. For the shield their love does bring. Strength, your sacrifice. You've guarded me through every night. My heart is full, I stand with pride to serve you now, right by your side. I long to ease your heavy load, support you on this endless road. With gratitude I give my care, a quiet love I choose to share. You've suffered much to keep me safe. My heart beats for the risks you take. I'll be the calm when storms arise. Your soft embrace when shadows lie. Just warmth I feel. In their light my fears they heal. Tender hearts I softly sing. For the shield their love does bring. I see your strength, your sacrifice. fights. You've guided me through every night. My heart is full, I stand with pride to serve you now, right by your side. I long to ease your heavy load, support you on this endless road. With gratitude I give my care, a quiet love I choose to share. You suffered much to keep me safe, my heart beats for the risks you take. I'll be the calm when storms arise, your soft embrace when shadows lie.
Let's get to the swashbuckling celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Beginning with the great Franklinator. Big salutes to the great Franklinator for all of his hard work, for getting together the majority of the swashbuckling successes, assembling them, for his IRL activities, for his activities moderating, troll slaying, and so much more. Doing the timestamps for every one of these, which is a epic swashbuckling thing to do, because people are able to come to specific subject matter and learn what they need to learn in service to white well-being. So big salutes, 007s, Raucous emojis for the great Franklin Ator. Franklin would like to thank Ivan and Homeless Bear for attending the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week, getting to swashing on Donald Trump Jr., and number one son of the president himself. That's why Donald Trump used anti-white and said there's a definite anti-white problem in America that cannot be allowed either. That's why he said it, because of these people heading over there doing this work. Give them credit, give them salute. Quadruple 07s, well done, every single person. We want to celebrate our new OT member, West, the great biospirit of the West, our leader, your leader and mine, of the outreach team, wants to celebrate Anti-Whiteism Ends With You. He just joined the OT. Let's look forward to, let's give him a great start. Look forward to a great success in swashbuckling across the globe in service to white well-being. We're pulling for you, brother. We want to see you in the victories here, the swashbuckling victories on Sundays. Also, a big salute, Promethean salute to Spartan. High marks over the past month. Well done. Big salutes to you, brother. West would like everybody to know this. Spartan really rocking it out. What a champion and hero in service to white well-being. Let's keep that raucous emoji going for Biospirit of the West himself, ever at work, doing amazing things. In fact, him and fit and healthy at any age. Let's all get both of these guys, Quadruple 07s, busy at work, doing visible things and things behind the scenes. Big love to these guys for all of their effort and contributions. Raucous emojis, 07s, 96s. Find them some Raucous emoji flags. Well done, champions. And we'll be talking more about that in the very near future. This I can tell you. It's very exciting. Let's celebrate Specimen 128. I read his wonderful testimonial earlier, and there are going to be many people who are going to read that and come to an awareness of the work that we are doing here. And they, too, are going to improve themselves and their lives, having a positive approach on themselves, their lives, and how we can effectuate a white positive outcome. Let's give it up for Specimen 128. Well done. Let's get into these, ladies and gentlemen. Who's over here rocking it out of the park? You know who you got to celebrate. It's one of our very best, Anglo-Saxon and WG. 1.6 thousand likes, almost 100 replies and counting, under a video of Black Conservative Perspective. That's his, almost 2,000 members of this guy's Black Conservative Perspectives audience saying absolutely sick of this anti-white regime. Imagine that. Imagine the difference, really, if you will. Somebody has got to write this in the sky. The difference between uniting people of different races in their anger, their recognition of anti-whiteism, the harm anti-whiteism does, and their rejection of anti-whiteism, versus uniting people of different races in hating Jews. Look at the difference in that. Please, somebody write that down. Write that down. We got to talk about that again. Look, we unite people of different races against anti-whiteism. They unite people of different races against Jews. I wonder who's the representative of the white race. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. He's one of our great swashbucklers doing it and making it happen. Here he is again. Quadruple 07s to him. 20 plus replies. Over 300 likes from Devin Gibson's audience. 300 plus people and a heart from Devin Gibson himself. Anglo-Saxon is a magic, he's a wizard, he's a magic worker. Who else is ready to move past this disastrous anti-white regime? Look at that, the work he did. What a swashbuckler. Here we have Anglo-Saxon on WG continuing to rock out. How many members of Salty Cracker's audience, how many of them gave likes and replies to this? Who else is tired of living under this disastrous anti-white regime? Almost 1,500 people in Salty Cracker's audience. Almost 40 replies. Give it up. Big salutes for this hero. He just can't be stopped. Here's another hero that can't be stopped. Cool Papa J Magic over on Freedom Radio. He writes, many conservatives out there saying how incompletely this is being handled. Absolutely incompetently, he says. Is being handled. Absolutely not incompetence. It's anti-whiteism. Brilliant. Giving all that money to the border crossers, as well as her pledge to send well over 100 million to Lebanon the very next day, was not tone deaf. God, I hate it's all girls who do this. It's all like, that's not a good look. That's tone deaf. No, it's anti-whiteism, bitches of both sexes. It was a deliberate statement, writes the man. Cool Papa J Magic, big salutes. How many people in Freedom Radio agreed with that, against the opinion of Freedom Radio? Over 300 members of their audience, with 16 replies and counting. And the reply right under it, saying in response to Cool Papa J Magic, facts. It's not tone deaf, it's not incompetence, it's anti-whiteism. Let's keep rolling with this hero. Inclusivity is just another euphemism to cover anti-whiteism. How many people in this audience? Over 500 with 8 replies. It's Mark Dice's audience. We know we got King Dice there, and you got one of the epic special warfare operating swashbucklers. Cool Papa making it work. He's back again. Racist is just one of many anti-white slurs, and you see how he puts it properly in quotes. It's not real. Anti-white slurs, meaning not anti-white enough. Brilliantly written. By racism, they ultimately mean white people existing at all. Almost 200 likes from Matt Walsh's audience. Give it up for the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Still with Matt Walsh. Nearly 200 people in Matt Walsh's audience by the time we took this screenshot, saying that they like this statement from Cool. It's not DEI, again, in quotes, brilliant. It's anti-whiteism. Calling this a DEI craze minimizes what we're being put through. Anti-whiteism has been the dominant social morality since long before any of us were born. Brilliant facts and dialogic, my brother. Dialectic. And it's not going to go away when those 3 letters do go away. The dialectical power of the Cool Papa J Magic. Unparalleled. Absolutely. And you notice, isn't it interesting? The Daily Wire, a product of Ben Shapiro, a Israel firster, and maybe potentially a product of Israel, orders that anti-whiteism not be used on the platform. Maybe it is an Israeli operation. Kind of an odd connection there, don't you think? Matt Walsh using anti-whiteism every day, and all of a sudden, no more using anti-whiteism anywhere? Almost as if the Israelis don't want the white race coming together as a single unified people in America. Or not even the totality of us, but a functional number of us that can then push back, that can then say to the rest of the white race, is it good to keep serving Israel? Kind of like that's evidence, isn't it? No way that Matt Walsh would just suddenly and abruptly stop using anti-whiteism, as useful and definitive as it is. Again, on Matt Walsh, the Cool gets over 300 audience members giving a like to, yep, anti-whiteism is the legal system. In the legal system, it's everywhere. Geniusly written. Here we have full whites, well-being. And this is on a video, under a video of the war on white, called the War on White America. Take a look at this. For White Wellbeing says, now there is an honest title. It's been that way for decades, folks. Thank you for opposing anti-whiteism. How many people over there? 121 of the audience members there, 7 replies, all saying absolutely, it's so true. Big salutes for white well-being. And let's keep it going for Will. For Will, fit and healthy. Yes, this is 100% anti-whiteism on a global scale. How many did he get giving a like to that? 233 people. You put those numbers together of the audience under the video, The War on White America. Well done to these swashbuckling heroes. Make sure they feel the weight of the crowns that you set on their heads and the gems that you scatter before their feet. Here we have Hans de Skipper coming in on Twitter Boss. How many of Twitter Boss's audience did Hans de Skipper get to give a view and likes and retweets? Thousands. 14.5 thousand views, hundreds and hundreds of hearts and retweets. What did Hans de Skipper write here underneath Twitter Boss? Stolen land is just an anti-white pretext for victimizing white people. Brilliantly written. But stolen land is a mean pathogen. We put mean pathogens in quotes. They're not real. They are tools that are used to harm us. It's never applied to the non-whites who conquered previous peoples because anti-whites don't have principles. Brilliant. Making whites atone for grievances they were not making whites atone for grievances they were not personally responsible for is immoral. Let's give it up for Hans. Let's see Hans return to the winner's circle, the swashbuckling commander circle, many more times as we move forward. Well done, my champion. Here we have John G. John G is, remember, the man with the greatest handwriting on planet Earth? The best print handwriting on Earth. Here he is, IRL again. Take a look at the stickers, ladies and gentlemen. People are going to find, isn't this beautiful? Holy moly, that's a beautiful sticker. Give it up for John G. Swashing, and look at how beautiful that sticker is. People will stop to read that. Oh, and they'll say nowhiteguilt.org. I'll go find out what that's all about. Let's keep it going as the audience takes a breath and comes back for us there. And we got another John G. Look at this. Holy moly. John G is wallpaper in the world. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. He's showing up everywhere. Anti-white is not all right. NoWhiteGuilt.org. I love it. Anti-white. Now let the news pick that up. let a person pick this up and then go meet you at work and have a conversation. When you said it's okay to be white, when you said white lives matter, they very easily could manipulate that into euphemisms of Nazi slogans. Of course, it's all right to be white. It's just not all right to be a racist. Let them pick this up. Anti-white is not all right. Let them defend that it's all right to be anti-white. Oh, the genius of the work we do here, ladies and gentlemen. Malone LeVay over here on Matt Walz, the great champion. Eric. He says, Pauline will have my vote in the upcoming, maybe this is a Pauline video. Have my vote in the upcoming election as she isn't afraid to address the growing anti-whiteism in the country. Pauline for PM. How many of this legitimate political party in Australia? Nearly 500 of them absolutely agreed with that. And what did this contain from the great Malone LeVay? This most powerful of all concepts, the concept that Israel, potentially, through Ben Shapiro, potentially, ordered Matt Walsh to stop using, potentially, anti-whiteism. Here we have, this is NWG Clips, the hero, over there on Instagram, 14,000 views. Give it up for this hero. In so many iterations, this champion adds another feather to his cap. 14,000 views. He's not done on Instagram this week. How about 17,000 views on Instagram? On this, put them together. That is what he's pulling in 1 week. Only, not even the totality, but two of the biggest on Instagram. Give it up for No White Guilt Clips. Big love to that hero, Commander Swashbuckler. Here we have Homeless Bear, and a special debt of gratitude to Homeless Bear. Give it up for this comment, but also give it up for Homeless Bear. You were the one who spoke up when the Fuentesian was trying to give credit to Fuentes, to Lil Nicky, when in conversation with Lilly Gaddis over who admonishes white people to become a people. And Homeless Bear said, no, it's not Nick Fuentes. It's No White Guilt, Jason Kuna, every single week, bitches. Let's give it up for Homeless Bear. On top of that, he's over there on, is this AJ, is it Torville? He got 10.8, so 11,000 views of this guy's audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets. And what did Homeless Bear write? Exactly. Woke, in quotes, means anti-white. Even when they are promoting deranged sexuality for children or over-the-top feminism, etc., it's all about white erasing the societal norms of Western kind. Brilliant dialectic, my brother, brilliant. They hate whites and everything we do. And then the epic meme, what if I told you it's not woke, it's anti-white? Oh my God, I love it. Keep it going in applause for the great Homeless Bear. What a victory. Homeless Bear, again, another victory. This is huge. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. How many views did he get with his comment under Alessandro Palumbo? Is that what it is? Palumbo. How many? 75,000 people under Alessandro's tweet saw this. There's only one reason, white people. It's the Western biospirit. The West exists wherever Western kind exists. Numerical courage. Brilliant. You've got concepts you've used there. You've got the dialectic perfectly used there. These swashbuckling heroes, I could be absorbed by the ether tomorrow, and these swashbuckling heroes are going to be able to go on reclaiming the destiny, empowering our people forevermore. Homeless Bear, he's not done this week under I am yes, you are no. 13,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets. This agenda is white erasure. And then this perfect meme here, white erasure is the instigating attempt to and or act of eliminating white history, culture, values, religion, monuments, people, etc. You gotta love it. And here is our OT leader himself, the unstoppable, the one and only Biospirit of the West. Meanwhile, at a media mogul meeting, how many people saw this? This was under IMS. 30,000 people saw this meme. You can see it here. We must promote white erasure. Our goal is white erasure. Then who maintains our civilization? Maintains. And it has nowhiteguilt.org. Brilliant. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Give it up for the Great West. The Great Westman West. Beautifully done, brother. And here on Matt Walsh, the White Baron, Eric. If this is, or this might be Pauline again. Actually, it is Pauline again. Who else is sick and tired of having a government that has no intention on doing anything for us? The founding stock of the country. 300 and nearly 300 and climbing. Give it up for this hero. Down under. We love it. Great swashbuckling. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the swashbuckling for this week. Be a part of it next week. Become one of the swashbuckling special warfare operators. And we'll be right back. Oh, I love it. I love it. The room is finally, the office is finally cooling down. Getting hot these days. Big thank you to everybody who is here and with us, and we're having a glorious time. We have, I think we have another new message released by Walz accusers, and it's individual to ask one of the accusers to put into letter what happened when he went into the Indigo's Girls concert. Now, the Indigo's Girls, the Walz campaign got out ahead of that early, because even though it is really on the hush-hush, not widely known, there was some knowledge of it. So they got out early and they said, hey, we took this this kid who came to us, said he was homosexual, and we wanted to make him feel good. So we, his teachers, decided to take him to an Indigo's Girls concert. And they came out, they wanted to make it sound like, oh, it was just, to make him feel good about himself, this sort of thing. NBC, they interviewed, I think it was NBC. They interviewed the actual guy and he said, oh, they're just such the best. They're the wonderful people. And they do so much for all the homosexuals. Isn't that nice? And so this guy, though, asked, he said, this letter has some graphic details he sent in it as an attachment. I did see a few grammatical errors, but I did not change other than redact his personal information. The letter is rated G compared to the details I will later get from this individual. So he says they're graphic, but they're G level compared to what's coming. Furthermore, the second page was cropped, so it would be easier to read. Let me just take a quick look there and see what they're saying about old get it them young boys, Walz. Something about drunk driving. I guess this was a continuation from the other. I'll have to look back. He called me and told me what happened. He told me, oh, maybe that he was drunk driving. He was going to be fired from the football job. At this time, I was in a different school district. This is when I started to learn I was not gay. Isn't that interesting? This is not the first time. In fact, I'm reading this for the first time with you all. I have learned from guys, and it's also happened a couple times with females. In fact, I can tell you specifically about a female who was kind of interested in me many years ago, but she had been made to believe that she was a homosexual and that she was attracted to females when she was very young. And so she had female relationship after female relationship. And then there she was a little bit later in life and in a female relationship. And she shared with me that she had always had an attraction for guys, but that the attraction for females was pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And so that's what she kept indulging. And the thing that was really crazy about this was that the female she lived with was like the used to be girlfriend was going insane about how she was going to kill her. She was going to damage her property. She was going to do all of these crazy things if she continued to talk with men and explore a relationship with a man. So they were no longer together, and they hadn't been. And in fact, the girl had a new girlfriend, but she didn't want her leaving like the ranks of being a homosexual. And she was threatening her, you must stop talking to men. So I don't know, like if she had talked to a girl, maybe this girl would have been fine. But it was that she didn't want her talking to men and exploring the possibility of being in a relationship with a man. Having said that, I've known more than a handful of guys that said that they thought and were convinced that they had a bigger attraction for males and that they should be with males than with females. And that once they got away from the environments, kind of like getting out of the circle where you're with a bunch of alcoholics and you all are drinking all the time, or you're with a bunch of drug addicts and you're using drugs all the time. Once they got away from it, they were suddenly like, well, wait a second. Maybe they did feel a little bit this way, or maybe not at all. They did have some of the attraction, but they also had an attraction, or they had more of an attraction, or their attraction was only really for females. So it's not the first time. First time I'm reading this, not the first time I've heard a guy say that. So human sexuality is a malleable thing in many ways, not totally, but now we have, coupled with this after decades of poisoning people. I mean, we even got the animals. I told you I read that shocking take or a story about these wildlife scientists, and they discovered suddenly these birds that they know everything about, and there was no evidence of homosexuality in this bird population, but now there is, and they're making nests. The male birds are making nests together, and they went and tested the blood, and they're absolutely poisoned with some of the things that we put in our food. So let me just read on. He called me and told me what happened. So this is a student who is now in a different district. And Walz, a teacher and assistant football coach, is calling him. If this is real, if this is not fake, and it better not be fake. If this guy's doing this for followers on Twitter, something should be done to his account. It should be taken away from him, quite honestly, in my opinion. Let me continue. He told me he was going to be fired from his football job. At this time, I was in a different school district. This is when I started to learn I was not gay. This is when I began to know that I like girls. We did not talk very often during 96, but my parents had called the school board and had made a complaint. I would never admit to my parents what happened, but they told the school board they had suspicions of a relationship between myself and Mr. Walz. We probably had 10 to 20 sexual encounters. Now I have to stop. I understand you need more details, and I will give them. Okay, so that's where we're going to stop as well on that. If this is not real, if these accusations are not real if they don't produce more solid evidence, if people don't come forward and say, I'm the student, I was the one, this is how he talked me into having sex with him or doing sexual things with him. If these people don't come forward, then this guy should lose his account. I'm intentionally not telling you his account because I find it suspicious. You'll be able to find it, but I just find it suspicious. And I don't want to get in less than a year, he has hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter. So maybe it's all legit, and it better be if he's talking about it. Let's get to these stellar financial gifts. You know who we're going to salute first. It's Dude Bro Moment. $50 over here. Please, let's get this man a red carpet, a lot of love. The dude is amazing. The dude is amazing. All people say so. Everyone who's met him, he's amazing. Dude Bro Moment, 50 white well-being dollars. And he says, of course, for white well-being. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. Dude, you started financially gifting on Entropy when another guy that was really reliable used to financially gift by mail. Well, you have outlived him. I will just say that. So big salute to the dude, the Bro Moment, $50. Let's show this man some love. What a champion. What a champion. We'll come back to the others on there after we celebrate all the ones that are worthy of celebration, the financial gifts. Okay, we have one to come back to on Adosi. Thank you very much. And somebody gave me a little sticker over there on D Live. Thank you for the sticker. It's something about it's the leg, the lamp shade that has the leg on it from that Christmas movie. I love that. It's fragile. It must be Italian. It's fragile. It says right there on the box. And then she ends up destroying it. It was a beautiful leg. Okay, swinging around here. Let me come around and give a refresh. We are going to be bringing, I don't know about you all, but I am looking forward to the end of this election in a big way. I'm tired of the machinations, the skullduggery. I want to, after this is over, we are going to turn our sights more to the sacrality of white well-being, the sacred nature of it. And that's really what we're missing, is this sacred aspect. That's what we need. That will revivify so much of our religious worship. And even if we're atheists, our communion with nature and the world, it will revivify all of that in us, because that is the lens through which we commune with our Creator and we interact in a healthy way with our environment. All right, looks like didn't miss anybody over here on Subscribe Star. What about Cash App? Get it out. Get out the raucous emojis. We've got Corey. Corey's on fire again. He's the only man. He said, I'm coming, and kicked the door, and he kicked the door in. And he swung in with a saber and a rose in his mouth. Total swashbuckling hero. I love it. 50 white well-being dollars from Corey. God bless you, brother. He says, for going free, but not from my beard. Awesome, brother. Keep it. Sorry, brother. I had an uncle that had a beard. He had a beard. He lived in the mountains, too. You would imagine that one of my uncles would be one of those guys, right? And it was a glorious beard. And his home, his domicile, was adorned with the heads of animals. Also, the full body taxidermy delight. The full body of animals, various types, scary animals, friendly animals. And I remember as a child first walking into the basement and seeing the display. It was magnificent. It was a big fireplace, and there were animals, and they were leering at me. Some beautiful barn owls, big as me, I think, at that time. It was amazing. Mountain lions, I loved it. Bear skin rug, it was glorious. Like my uncle, Corey will remain a bearded man. And that's what we have here. Corey, big salutes to you. If there is a beard or maybe a bush, we can put in the live chat of Raucous Emoji Bush for Corey's magnificent beard. God bless you, hero. $50. Thank you so very much. You know, it's funny. We have folks who can get, like, I criticize something. And obviously with the guys, it happens a lot less often than it does with females. But I criticize something. I criticize like beards. And Corey's like, ha ha, boisterous laugh. He's like, my beard stays. Totally normal behavior. You know what's not normal? Is when they're like, jerk, I'm leaving. Oh, God, we had a guy, if I can tell, maybe I should tell you. We are in the latter part of the gathering, and that's when some things sometimes come out. I won't tell you who, but there was a member of this community who was ostracized for his efforts to circumvent and undermine the work that we're doing. And so he was thrown out for trying to undermine us. And he had come to me very angry because I mocked micropenises. And he said that people should not be mocked if they have a micropenis. So said the saboteur in this community before he was thrown out. So that's not normal behavior. Not normal at all. But it is what happened. Let us continue. We will turn around here to our financial gifters. We have Spartan in here twice, financially gifting. At least it says twice. $5, bringing it to $10. And writing for white well-being. For white well-being, says Spartan. I love it, brother. Thank you so much. And we have Irish Christ over here as well. Celebrated the Irish Christ week before last or last week. $10 financial gift. Thank you. He says, big victory from Surrey, British Columbia. White Wellbeing Canada has now set up public advocacy stands with full signage and uniformed advocates. We're outside busy bus stations and major shopping centers, inviting white erasure victims to fill out surveys about their victimization, sending NWG video 2 shows next Sunday. We will look for those videos. Thank you for that. And spreading the good dialogic of Go Free, bringing white well-being to our brothers and sisters in Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. I love it. $10 financial gift. Thank you, good brother. Irish Christ. Stumbling here as well on Entropy with $5. $5 financial gift. He says, hail, Jason. Allow me to shill my new white positive comedy show, Modern Audience. Very cool. First episode on my channel now. It's a little rough around the edges, but I'm excited to see this show evolve and grow for white well-being. Well, awesome, man. Congratulations for that. Do I already list you as one of the community who has a channel? Tag me as No White Guilt. What's on your mind? What's on your mind in the closing? As we get close to the end of the gathering today, what's on your mind? Do you think this information about Walz is going to be true? I think there's a high likelihood of it being true. Let me rephrase. I think there's a high likelihood that Walz did engage in this kind of behavior. And I've just had too many. I've been alive for decades. And I've had too many conversations. And I've seen it too many times. Karate instructors, Boy Scout leaders. What else? Teachers. Also, like advocates for young children or young teenage boys, like these home for boys workers and things like. I've just seen it. It's gotten to the point where it's like I already know the punchline. Like I know what you're going to say next. So I think it's likely. And but I hope that this guy isn't lying on Twitter. He should lose his Twitter account if he is. We also have some regular announcements that I will get to, and a piece of mail in the mailbag. Let me see. What else do we have here? We have financial gift over here on Sin City. Financially gifting $5 on Odyssey. Thank you so much, Sin City. Says, I describe all this in detail in a, well, okay, you got to have something before then. Did you financially gift before then too? No. Okay, I describe all this in detail in a beginner's guide to the politically correct cult. And serious reviews, data and more data. And then he's saying to look up the PC. So what exactly did you describe? Tag me in detail. How the soy goys destroy white well-being, or something else. Land of the Fake, financially gifting $5 as well over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much. Says, great show as always. I have a question. What should white positive folks do when faced with anti-white training, diversity training at their place of employment? Great question. And we get that one from time to time. The anti-white obedience training is what it is, as we like to call it. Depends on your workplace and how anti-white it is, how anti-white your supervisor is. Even some of the most rabid anti-whites, you can make the statement that no one should be discriminated against on the basis of their birth, even white people. No one should be said to be evil on the basis of their birth, even white people. You can make that sort of statement with most. Now, if your supervisor, your immediate boss is like a frothing anti-white and they want the victimization of white people, don't do it. But it is an opportunity for you to speak to those you think are open to the fair application when it comes to discrimination, persecution, exploitation. And that's where you want to make your inroad. So you're going to go into this anti-white obedience training, and you all are going to be told how the white race is evil in various ways, responsible for all the harm in various ways, how diversity means fewer white people, no white people, aren't hired, aren't promoted. These are all opportunities for you, using the lexicon and the dialectic, to come from a moral position to address what's being said and introduce people to some concepts. Now, you don't introduce immediately go free unless you have somebody that's really keen and they keep coming back. You seed people with these concepts and you see how they respond to them. And then something that's important too, don't get like overly excited. If you share, as I've seen thousands of times, if you share a concept like anti-whiteism and you see somebody's eyes go big, like, Wow, that's exactly what it is. And then you talk about it. Don't defend it. Don't say, well, we're legitimizing this No, it is a real concept. It's done. Talk about it in that light. Don't, though, immediately conclude that you're going to dump on this person, that they're ready for the rest of it. You just got them really excited, and you want to then now feed them what they can handle and bring them along. Otherwise, depending on your work space, that's the ultimate thing, is we want to reach our brothers and sisters with these concepts and dialectics, the arguments. And then we move them toward Go Free, yours truly, the work we're doing here, the morality of everything that we construct. There may be opportunities, depending on your workplace, to raise your hand in a classroom and say, gosh, this really seems anti-white. Are non-white people also guilty, or is it just white people? You make kind of like a joke. I've done that. Is it just white, or do non-white people also discriminate? Is it just white people? Because if that's what this video and you, the instructor, are saying, that seems pretty anti-white to me. And I think that everybody should be treated the exact same way. Don't you? And the people in your class are going to be like, yep, unless you're in a hardcore anti-white environment. But you have to assess that. I'm not there. I can't assess it. You can also, though, another important thing is to prepare yourself for what's going to be said. Because the anti-white that's teaching the class, and it's going to be an anti-white, and the videos that they share are going to be invoking and triggering meme pathogens in your subconscious. Prepare yourself for that. That is human manipulation. You've got to be ready. What might they say? What kind of MPs might they share? Get yourself ready. Maybe you're at the point in Going Free, the practice, where you're not ready to talk to coworkers, colleagues, raise a question in class. Maybe you're at the point where you're still dealing with the subconscious mind, which ultimately you'll be dealing with your whole life, regrettably. That's the reality. But you're not ready to move past it. And if that's the case, you've got to prepare yourself. What am I going to say to myself with my conscious mind? What am I going to say when in my subconscious mind is triggered thinking that, yes, white people are the discriminatory. How many episodes of Silver Spoons or whatever show it was that you Friends, where the white people were discriminating and the non-white people were the victims? Prepare yourself for that, right? Very important things. The reclamation of our own minds is the first step to reclaiming our destiny. You don't get there any other way, and you can't get there by staying in the anti-white narrative. You've got to get out of it by using our concepts and thereby, with those concepts, into our story. Very important step that cannot be overlooked. In fact, you'll talk to many people that have been here for years, and they are stunned what they hear come up. Once you get attuned to hearing the anti-whiteism come out of the subconscious darkness of your head, that voice, once you get attuned to it, you will be stunned. You'll be going free for years. And then you'll suddenly hear the voice of anti-whiteism, and the feeling, all of the attendant feelings will come through. It doesn't go away. We have to build counter triggers, and we teach you how to do that with the Go Free Dialogic, a very simple practice. It's a great question. Thank you for that. Let me make sure we don't have any other. You are here, and it's where you're supposed to be. This is the White Wellbeing Church. This is Go Free Church. This is White Wellbeing Church. And we have the path, the one way to redemption. The one way to redemption is through us. Imagine that. Isn't that cool? That is also Boss Bear Sexy as hell, I must say. So you can be with Boss Bear Sexy. You can be yourself, Boss Bear Sexy. Or you can be one of the losers out there, Soy Goying. So you could be Soy Goy or Boss Bear Sexy. Soy Goy or Boss Bear Sexy. You know, if I started unbuttoning my shirt right now, that it is chiseled underneath. You know it is. And if Lil Nicky started unbuttoning his shirt, it would excite all of the kitty diddlers. Let's just accept reality, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I should. We have, though, before I begin doffing my clothing, we have mail in the thaumatological mailbag. Get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to applaud and celebrate. Spud Ruckus. Spud came through. Big applause. Let's get this lady some crowns. Can we find crowns? Can you rain some gems? It's raining gems. Hallelujah, it's raining gems. Spud Ruckus, nothing but what is this? Oh, thaumatological mailbag. She's like, the thaumatological thingy. Yes, we have it. And the one thing that's in it is your letter. $20 from Spud, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Come on. Knock it out for Spud Ruckus. Drain some. I sang, for God's sake. But I took that old song, Raining Men, and then I added gems to it. Who else would do that for you? I mean, let's be serious. Look at this. It's this beautiful, like, what do you call it? Like cardstock? What is that? It's wonderful. It's got, let me just make sure it doesn't have like your name on the back. She's like, no. No, I don't see any names. Maybe I'll cover up some of it that I'm not sure about. This is so nice, though. It's got like lovely bits on it. I can't show you all. It's like, can you see that? She's like, no, that's the part. No, look at that. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's like actually done with, it's like twice that. It's twice that length, ladies. It is twice that length. She says, with these 20 glorious white well-being dollars, bless you, Jason, for what you do. And bless you. Thank you so much for all that you do in service for white well-being, for this lovely little, you saw the mailbag has been empty and you were like, I'm going to jump into the mailbag and we'll have a little letter there for Jason so it won't be so lonely in the thaumatological mailbag. We are the only people with a name for the mailbag that cool. Let's be serious. What kind of other mailbags have been named with a name that cool, right? June is here. We are sexy bearing it. Oh, my goodness. All right. Oh, thank you. Yes. Rapunzel. Rapunzel. How does it go? Throw me down your hair. And what is the commercial? Isn't it like a non-white guy with the white girl? Naturally. Wrote down that we bring multiple races together to put an end to anti-whiteism. The soy guys. Soy guy. They use the hatred of Jews. They bring multiple races together to hate Jews. What a disgusting group. All right. We have as our announcements here. Let's see. Is this Tetsunuki in the thread of the previous show, I think. Maybe it was the roll-in. Asking for a link to the clip of the news item, the British news item, where our way dominates and everybody else's way sucks and is wretched and is like in Walz's audience sucking and sucking He wants a clip for that. He's asking, does anybody have it? And let's see. And also the link to Donald Trump Jr.'s account. Is it on? I don't think it's on YouTube. I think it's on Rumble. But if anybody has that, he's asking for that over on the thread. We also want to give some prayers and some positive energy to Karen Nelson's mother, who lives in Asheville, North Carolina. We want to make sure that she's safe and she's getting the supplies that she needs there from people are not in the dire straits, of course, that they were, but prayers and energy. We also have, I will be appearing with the great Kato on Friday, an interview that will indeed happen. You know, and maybe the discussion or interview with Sotomayor will happen. He reached out, I saw today, and maybe that conversation will end up happening. That would be fun. But I'm going to be with the great Joseph Cotto at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this coming Friday, to swashbuckle for all of us. We're going to be talking about the white vote. Why aren't people talking about the white vote? We'll be talking about that, though. And you can watch it on Twitter. So if you're not following, you should be following Cotto. And I, of course, will retweet it. Looking forward to it. Very exciting. He's a great guy, great man. Again, I'll mention that if you didn't watch this past Wednesday's Roll In Go Free, it was very powerful. It's doing better than any Wednesday, I think, ever, or at least in a long time. Definitely watch my important introductory remarks. And then it's just the first two segments of the debate that I review. Make sure that you are part of that. Make sure you tag me right now as No I Guilt if you have something to say to me before we get out of here. Before we do, I'm going to give the content creator share segment, which we try to do at least once a month. AI Robot says, I think that Anne-Marie's speech would be good if it was clipped with your commentary. Spread it about the British X. I've been working on her, sending her some ideas. She will be reading. I'm excited about her. And I like her. I really like her. If she starts talking like that all the time, that will be where the white people go. The white people in their droves, they're not going to end up with hating Jews or hating Muslims. They're going to end up saying, enough victimizing us. We don't care who you are. We are the priority. No more victimizing the white race. The great Samuski says, for the longest time, I thought SWM meant single white man on dating apps. It didn't. Try not to laugh. SWM. It didn't mean that. Red Dog is in the house. Southern Bloom, I think I said hello. Biospirit of the West is here. Hyperborean Dream. I'm strolling through the crowd of champions, and I'm looking for the heroes. Fornola is here. It's not all right to be anti-white. Chris says, gonna order some stickers. Very cool. I hope they're the go-free kind. Let's see. Who else do we have here? The great Corey is in the house. Winged Productions is here. Stumbling, bumbling. JK160. Great to see the heroes. We are. Franklin was here, but he's now gone to bed. The champion was here. Winged says, congratulations on the interview with Cotto. Yeah, he's a great guy. The white vote? Yes, white people. No one talking about it. The nameless one is here. What does single white male SWM mean, if not Jerome is here. Team Awakening. Great to see you, brother. Ivan, the horrible. Earlier this year, when I was going free, it felt like I studied and applied to my thought all the terms from a translation flyer 12 times a day, says Westman Positivity. Very well said. Yeah, it is. You keep catching the anti-whiteism coming through. Let me see the live chatters on Twitter. See what we got going on over there. We have Daughter of Eve is here. Welcome, Daughter of Eve. Anti-whiteism ends with you says, I think making sure your schedule is listed. Yeah, I've got to get the Wednesday schedule up. You're right about that. I do have the Sunday, but the Wednesday I could put up. SpaceX and Musk did an enormously crazy thing, catching the booster with the arms of the tower, Spirit of the West. It's absolutely. We should take great pride in that. You got so many people who, I mean, Musk is obviously not doing a great thing by not bringing attention to what we're doing here. There's no doubt that he doesn't know about us. Perhaps if he is, if he knows about like Keith Woods and the Jew haters, then he knows about us. We are the people who stand out as completely different. But maybe part of his deal with leaving his platform alone and allowing the anti-Jews, the soy goys, to cluster in there and be sequestered is to not bring attention to genuine efforts to create a people out of the white race. Who knows? Hey, Jason, if you find some time today, would you check the thread? I think you look like George Washington. So I swapped him and you. Really? On which thread? The one for this stream on YouTube or what platform? I guess it would have to be Twitter, wouldn't it? Daniel saying something about the Eisenhower administration. You're going to have to come in and fill us in with what you were talking about, referencing Eisenhower. He hasn't seen it since the Eisenhower administration. That's on the live chat. And we will see. Ivan the Horrible is over here under the thread with, yes, Tim Walz signed a bill that removed anti-pedophile language from Human Rights Act. Harris VP Pick signed a law that critics say opens the door for pedophilia to become a protected class. Isn't that special? And there we have the great Slaughtz saying that we are live over there. Thank you so much, brother. Big appreciation. Because we need it shared more and more over there on Twitter. We're developing new advertisements, though, for Twitter. Just wanted to say thanks for this show. It is an all too brief reprieve from the insanity that is our society. Said aliens exist over there on Premium Rumble. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. I really thank you. Yeah. And thank you for being here. All right. We will sweep back around here. I'll take a look at what you all are saying in the live chat on Twitter. And we will share, and then we will roll. The content creator share segment is a part of what we do, because we want to build up these creators, these content creators, who are in various ways, or just people in the community. We should follow each other. We should all follow each other and build up our footprint that way. These are people who are making content. Somebody right there, I just named, the great Slaughtz, I retweeted him, I think, yesterday. If you are on Twitter, you should follow the great Slaughtz and Ivan over there. Slaughtz is GF at the @ GFWWB. And Ivan is @ CPL PUNISHM 42060. Let us continue. We begin with, and tag me, and I will check again for any financial gifts, but tag me as No White Guilt, and I will read what your question or your comment, because this is what we're going to do with the remaining time that we are together. The Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. The Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. 501c3 tax-deductible donations. And you can give a tax-deductible donation to the foundation and to be just dispersed as it sees fit, or you can specifically target, like me. You could say you wanted to go to No White Guilt Jason Kuna. All of you, we've got the question about the anti-white obedience training. Most places of work, you have a list that people can reference for 501c3s that they can give to at the end of the year to reduce their taxable footprint. And let's be those people, right? Let's reach those people, giving them that option to be taxed a little less by financially gifting the Church of White Wellbeing, the White Positive ADL, the people who are making the actual change in the world, the people who are not controlled by Mossad or the communist Chinese or whatever it is. We have Andrei Moisajev, one of our composers, magnificent gentleman, @ ARTOFMYTH. Make sure you follow him. As I always do, all of these people are on YouTube, where I want you to be. So look for them there. But if I give you any other information, you can also look for them in those locations. White People's Press, whitepeoplepress.com. Now, I haven't spoken with Tony in a while. So if you have an interaction where maybe you order, maybe something came a little late, or maybe hasn't come yet, let me know so we can figure out what to do. Schoolofthewest.world. Schoolofthewest.world. That is the great Dean Danger, the great Brant Danger, who once went to a psychic to warn her. So you want to make sure that you save that website, check it out as soon as possible. Yizz the Unifier at Yizz, YIZZEEUNUCH. And she has Discordant Dragons tomorrow at 6 p.m. She also has the Corner Club. Is that her morning walk that she does? She also has the Empire Lies. That is Thursday at 6 p.m. Make sure you follow Yizz the Unifier. Fornola. He is @ FORNELIUSNULLAND. Follow the great Fornol. He also has a westernkindgames.com, westernkindgames.com. On Twitter, he is FORNULLUSA. Make sure you follow him there. His blog is the blog spot changed for no? Is it not westernparagon.blogspot.com anymore? That's what it was. We'll find out what it is. Make sure you follow the great For Null. The great lovely porridge at Jubilation Media. Jubilation Media. He is on YouTube, of course. Final Blossom at Final Blossom. And he also has a Substack, finalblossom.substack.com. On YouTube, just Final Blossom. Alternative Voices Portal, alternative_voices_portal. Biospirit of the West. And the White Wellbeing Quora is knowwhyguilt.quora.com. And you can find and must follow immediately Biospirit of the West on Twitter at BIOSPIRITWEST. For White Wellbeing at For White WELLBEING. Dinostorm at DYNOSTORM. Also, StudioDinostorm.com. White Student Transmission on Twitter as White Student and then the letter T. Aussie Mike on Twitter as Traditional Mike, @ Traditional Mike. Winged Productions @ Wing ITPROD. Ye Old European. This is the free Dutch website. And that is WESTERSWELZIJN.BE. And by the way, as I'm going through this, especially if West is hearing or Fernald and I miss something, I miss someone, or Franklin or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, what about that? Please reach out and tell me. Promethean Kitchen @ Promethean Kitchen. Seamus McCarthy on YouTube as SAMUSKI36. On Twitter as CAPERNICUS418. One of Western Kind on Twitter at @1 OF WESTERNKIND. Anglo-Saxon NWG at ANGLOSAXON NWG. Based White at Based White NWG on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We're still sending positive energy to Based White for the return of his Facebook page, by the way. He got his personal one back. We're still waiting for the No Why Guilt page to be returned, where he was having massive swashing success. Finally on this list, and again, like I said, we can review anybody I'm missing, take folks off, add folks. I need the people who know to reach out to me. We have the great No White Guilt Clips. Everyone must follow him everywhere. He is No White Guilt Clips. Very easy. On Truth Social, Rumble, Facebook, BitChute, YouTube, Gab, Instagram. On TikTok, he is Jason Goes Political Show. And on Twitter, he is NWGCLIPS. Heroes all, heroes all. Please make sure you follow these people to build our footprint, to build the footprint and power of our community. Because by doing so, we'll be able to, we'll have that force of number that so many people see as like the ultimate validation of whether or not something is right. Having success, the average person, they don't get it. They're not interested. Bunch of people there, yeah, They're into it. All right. Let me see if there are any tags. Jane is here. Hello, Jane. Johnny Johnson is in the house. What do you all think about this, though? Lilly Gaddis. Lilly Gaddis. Is that surprising? Does it seem... Did you expect it? I mean, what's going on here? That she would be pressured into... I mean, is she a revolutionary for white well-being? Is that why she showed up in the first place? Or did she show up for the money? And it's a genuine complaints about what's happening to white people in America. But the money is why she showed up. Because if the money is why she showed up, she'll need to not have her reputation destroyed by the soy guys. So she'll have to make peace with them. She'll have to bend the knee to them. But I mean, do you all need any more evidence that people who go into the branch Fuentesians, people who enter that, they cut off all ties to me. So isn't that weird? I don't believe that Lil Nicky is getting on the phone and saying, don't ever talk. So it's got to be communicated some other way. It's got to be, and maybe it's some sort of representative of a certain Middle Eastern country. Maybe that's what it is. If you compare the fight against anti-Semitism versus actual anti-Semitism, you notice that their fight is bigger than actual anti-Semitism. Hope one day same can be said about anti-whiteism. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? That there really aren't that many anti-whites left. But we're making a lot of noise. That's how you're supposed to be, by the way. That's how success happens. And that's why you can look to lucrative jobs. I mean, you look at jobs like in entertainment and news. It's still a personality on the airwaves. That's a lucrative job. It's a coveted job. And if you're going to have a population of a bunch of selfish individualists competing for those jobs, and a population that has as a percentage of their overall a community that is going to seek individual well-being by way of group well-being, they're going to end up with those coveted jobs. You don't have to get through calculus to figure that one out. So that's not something to be condemned. It is far easier for you to get started in a life of service to our people, a change of your focus, a exercising of your mind so that you control the subconscious, what it's trying to throw up and to do to you, and thereby change our environment, our people, and our destiny. You can do that. You can't take away the positions that Jewish people have acquired. You can't. This is stupid. It's a waste of time and is a psyop, in my opinion. Wow, that's another good picture. Another good picture. Different is that programs on the same network as TPC, just from brief viewership, all seem Judeo-centric. TPC as well, white well-being advocates, we should coordinate as swashbucklers online, other branch of Jew haters, says Westman Positivity. You're talking about the political cesspool, right? And yeah, I mean, the network and really Keith in a very big way,
they have, to various degrees, various individuals succumb to the selfish individual. Well, the selfish individual is just natural for white people. So as a consequence of being selfishly individualistic, they succumb to complaints. And see how this is nuanced and how dumb people can't get it, or midwits can't get it. They just, and they even when they can get it, they don't have the courage to follow through. But look at the difference here. It's nuanced and profound. A soy goy looks out at the world and says, a white male soy goy looks out at the world and says, the movies make fun of me. They make fun of white guys, so they make fun of me. The music industry doesn't have any cool white guys anymore that aren't anti-white, so they're making fun of me. They've really trashed and burnt down. And in the universities, I go to the universities, and there are a lot of professors there, and they talk about how evil my people are, my ancestors, and so therefore it's saying that I'm evil. And I go out into a world then, as a consequence, where I'm seen as less than on the best day and evil on a typical day. And then they say, that is objectionable to me. So, who controls, and this is the superficial take of a midwit, and you can parallel it with any of the other takes in their lives. Who controls the media? Who controls the universities? So they look and they see, well, there are a lot of successful Jewish people. And rather than acknowledge that these successful Jewish people are there because of a strategy, rather than acknowledge that, they erroneously conclude that all of these Jewish people are anti-white and their birth is evil. They make my world challenging, and so they're evil. You see how that is perfectly parallel to the type of superficial constructions that are applicable. But a midwit doesn't know the difference. We've talked about the bee's nest or the hornet nest on the porch. The hornet nest on the porch makes my life uncomfortable. My life uncomfortable because I have to come and go from my house. There are bees stinging me, or hornets trying to sting me. What's the cause of it? The hornet's nest. Ergo, if I get rid of the hornet nest, I get rid of the hornets, I get rid of being stung. They'll even give analogies with that level of simplicity and apply it to the infinitely more complex equation of human dynamism, the interaction and interplay of peoples and different peoples, historical narratives. I mean, we don't have enough time. I could go on and on. That is like an amoeba trying to understand algebra. That is an amoeba taking a solution that the amoeba naturally is able to carry out to a challenge, and the amoeba then being confronted with algebra and saying, well, it's just like this. It's just like this problem and resolution that I deal with all the time. That is literally that tier of stupidity. These people are fucking idiots. They are fucking idiots, genuine idiots. I mean, that's like as nice as I can be about them. To take a resolution that they use for their mediocre, miserable little lives and think that they can apply that
to society and the multifarious challenges faced by the white race, born out of us genetically, us historically, as our diverse ethnos, us as, I mean, on and on, for God's sake. They are fucking idiots. So the leaders who then go to them and they say, hey, dumb population, this is the exact, you handle this problem the exact same way you handle the bee's nest on your porch. It never is ever going to work. But these people can build up big audiences and they mislead. And these people go through, I've seen them do their whole lives, their whole miserable, shitty lives in the position of a selfish individualist, always talking about, so we just gave an example of the Jews. Now we can give the example of the blacks, right? Maybe they themselves have never been maimed by a black person. Maybe they themselves never had their family or raped, but they look out at the news and they see, wow, look at the blacks and the data of black crime in this area or that area. And look at, here's another raping and another raping. And then they say to just themselves, that could be a problem for me in the future. That could be like, what if that's my wife? That could be, what if I'm jumped in the future by blacks? Where they go out into society and there's a group of blacks and the blacks, and they feel intimidation as a consequence of their presence. And they say that's bothersome for me. Now let's go back for a moment and we could start from that direction. When a white person is intimidated by blacks or beaten by blacks, these selfish individualists don't say, how's he doing? What is going on with his family? Do you see the difference? It's nuanced, but colossal. It is literally elephantine, the difference. Nuanced, but elephantine. When you see that when you go out into the world and you perceive that you don't have any respect as a white male, you're only thinking about you. You can't come to the conclusions. You can't come to the constructions to remedy the problem, even remotely. It's you just want to handle the Jews and the blacks the way that a beehive or nest is handled, which is never going to happen. If you instead look out and say, my people have no respect because an anti-white media, which does what? Speaks to all of the anti-whiteism and doesn't include anything that's not anti-white. There are a lot of important points in there, which demonstrates again and again how the stupid just can't get it. They just can't get it. It speaks to all of our injury. That is elephantinely more powerful than saying, I feel like I don't get respect because these the dudes are making white guys out to be jokes. Here's the other important thing as we are getting close to wrapping it up. I'll take a quick look at what you all are saying. Here's the other really important thing. When you say, let me put it in this context. Have you ever had a problem in your life that was objectionable, maybe even really objectionable, and you said, okay, why is this thing objectionable? Oh, it's because of X. If I just do X, Y, or Z about X, maybe remove it, maybe etc., the problem will be gone. but then you don't do it? Why? Why is that? Maybe you're walking up on the porch and the hornets are objectionable. They fly out, they buzz around your head. Maybe they'll sting. Maybe they've only stung once and it wasn't that bad. Why don't you do anything? You've identified that the hornets come from the nest and that if the nest is removed, then there are no hornets. Why don't you take care of it? Because it's easier to deal with it. Apathy, lethargy. The hornet's nest is more motivating with the stings because you have pain that is acute. But the human animal can deal over an entire lifetime with pain that's spread out. You don't do anything. The vast majority of people confronted with something that is problematic, they don't like, maybe they really, really don't like it, but actually resolving the problem is going to take a lot of effort. It's more of a problem than just dealing with the problem. If you can't see that reality that is everywhere in the Western civilization, it is everywhere for everyone, then you're too dumb to go another step further. You've done it. I've done it. Everyone has done it. Especially if the thing is particularly complicated or burdensome or threatens even worse pain, right? So what do you think the complication level is and the threat of more significant pain is to getting rid of the Jews? Is that more complicated and potentially far more painful than just dealing with being considered the white boy joke? Of course it is. Of course it's easier to put up with being the white boy that can't dance, can't screw, can't play sports, is the joke of society, is being white erased, and they call it a replacement, so you might as well call it that too. Of course it's easier to do all of that than it is to deal with and remove the complexity, the impossibility, and the threat of severe punishment, death, life imprisonment, trying to get rid of the Jews. Nobody's going to do that. They're motivated by selfish, individualistic notions. The comparable is, what if the hornets bother you, but your neighbor who tried to get rid of the hornet's nest on his porch died because the hornets all came out and killed him? You going to leave it? Yes. It's far more complicated. They bother you, but you know what? If you just walk in quickly, you can deal with it. How many times have you heard deal with it? Because the alternative is trying to get rid of them is risking death. How many ways can I explain how superior it is to be white Westman focused than Judeo focused? How about this? If you're thinking about your people, if you're thinking about our suffering, if you're thinking about, you think about yourself as well. You don't ignore yourself. That's instinctual. But you think about our people. The guy who's jumped by the blacks, you're thinking about him. The woman who's raped, right? The children who I'm not related to other than by race, who are going to school and being inducted into sexuality. If you're thinking about them, then you're not thinking about a selfish measurement about, is it more likely for me to get hurt? Well, could I hurt more? So can I deal with it? You can't deal with somebody else's pain. You can't deal with identifying with a woman white woman being raped. You can't deal with the pain you feel from another white guy being maimed by black people who jump him, for example. You can't just deal with it. The way they deal with it is to ignore it. If you pay attention to it, there's no way to deal with it. It gives you an impetus that is undying, and it works for the other races of man. You come from all over the world to fight for their well-being as a consequence, because it's impossible to deal with. Let me quickly see if there are any financial gifts. I can explain this in so many different ways, and it's amazing. And here, like we had, Lilly could have chosen to go white positive and then speak to hundreds of thousands on her social media about white well-being, but the Jew haters had to ruin that again. The Jew hater scum of the world had to ruin that again. I think probably on that explanation, there are no more financial gifts. I don't see any tags. It's been a glorious roll-in. We are 6.5 minutes over. Make sure that this coming week, you make it a special week. You try a little harder to spread the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. You try to reach more people. And I want you thinking about the fact, as you endeavor to reach folks, that we are constantly undermined by these haters of the Jewish people, and that we just have to outpace them. We just have to outpace them. Maybe the head of that dog has to be cut off, whatever it is, or the heads. But they just took away a hundreds of thousands of follower account with a lot of normal guys with accounts with millions and even hundreds and hundreds of thousands more were interested in, because it was a pretty white female. They just took that away. Let's get some revenge. Fuck them, motherfuckers. Go Free.